Did StreamYard change the monthly usage? Because I shouldn't be at 20 hours. If they change it, it's not 20 hours a month no more. And at the beginning of July, so how I run up a monthly usage if I ain't even. Oh well. Listen, it is storming out this way, okay? Storming, honey, all right? Now, so I'm in my zone, script studying and shit, right? The shy is boring me. When I saw them two new writers and I saw that other person, I said, "Ooh, no. This ain't the shy going to turn into something else." And so now in season 6 of the Shy, it's all about Duda. Let Duda get his shine. I'm like, oh boy, somebody about to kill Duda. More than likely the person they gave the gun to, which is Emmett, is probably gonna end up shooting Duda. There's about to be a whole fight. Lene is with Bacardi. Bacardi working for Duda. The past about to get killed out this motherfucker. Duda bossing bullying the pastor around and shit. And now there's another rich pastor and his son Papa is dating a girl whose father is a pastor just like him, which he need to go be with, but one that teaches about abundance and richness and all of that, one of them low-key hotep pastors. Yeah, that's what is going on. So I know his daddy about to die. They about to kill the fuck out of that nigga. I already know every fucking movie I know they always killing the pastor. It don't never fail. So, um, getting into my lessons and shit. Character is what somebody does. All right? Doesn't matter what anybody looks like. That's just the actor. That's just the face. That's just the mask. But character is what somebody does. So when you watch a movie and you get crazy over what you see, and you be like, I know this motherfucker not about to get back on that bus to go see that bitch knowing that she married and this, that, and that about to do. But guess what? It makes for a good ass story. And guess what? That writer did exactly what it was supposed to do. It made you jump up in the air and say, bitch, what? Because the human being is not something that can be understood. The human being is not anything that can make sense. The human being doesn't make sense. The human being doesn't make sense. That's the reality of it all. It doesn't make sense. But it's about the character. And so, I always got stories to tell, right? I got so much experience in my life. And sometimes it's things I forget and I remember, poof, when I have to come here and talk, right? And here's what I realized. First of all, I was watching reviews of movies that I've watched already. And I was like, let me come from a writer's perspective. Let me just watch. Now, one of them, they were hilarious. They were fucking hilarious. They were funny. It was hard not to laugh at them. One of them was being such an asshole. They were like, I give it a 5 out of 5. And then told the people whoever suggested the movie wasn't shit. Say, you ain't shit, whoever who suggested this movie. It was just so funny. It was just, I just laugh. I just laugh. But anyway, the more serious reviews, people got so riled up. People got so caught up in racism and history. People got so caught up in gender and everything about it and colorism. And I was like, oh, that is what the job of the writer, the entertainer, is supposed to do. And then it all hit me. My glasses are a mess. Oh, I need to spray these things down. Then it all hit me, right? I said, we have, as writers, we have been sitting behind a computer, right? A typewriter. We have been behind the scenes of putting our names to a book or scripts or whatever. But one thing that can't be forgotten is the theater. It was always the theater people and their reaction that always made the show. This is why Game of Thrones had that scene in Flea Bottom, because Flea Bottom represents the audience. That was a beautiful, beautiful add to the show. I still to this day love Flea Bottom. That was genius. And Flea Bottom was watching a play about the life of the queen being played out on stage. And fucking the Targaryen, well, we know he was a Targaryen, but the brother, the little brother, the short brother was on the stage and getting arrested, and just the whole story was playing out. And the audience was like, boo, no, and this, that, and the third. And that was to remind writers that you are at the theater. Don't let the cameras and all this new HD technology fool you. You are standing on at the theater. And when the show is over, everybody holds hands and they bow and the curtain closes. And when the show starts, everyone opens before the show starts, you stand in front of the curtain, you introduce yourself, you introduce the play, you bow, you don't even bow, you wave and you walk off the stage. And then the curtains open in the world, and then it starts. I have said this, and I laugh at my life. I swear I laugh. Because at the same time, I've met some fucked up people. I've met some wonderful people at the same time as well. And I'm going to tell you something. Cracks me up. How you start is how it's going to end. That is a true motherfucking statement. Man, didn't realize that had a lot to do with writing and storytelling. How it starts is how it's going to end. And I thought about my life. How did this relationship start? What was this relationship like from the very beginning? And how did that relationship end? How did this relationship start and how did it end? And every single pattern was the same way. The way it started is the way it ended. The way it started is the way it ended. And why? Why is these things here? Why are movies here? Why are plays here? Because it's still a play. Why are they here? Because it's a mere reflection of your life. It's a mere reflection of how you do life. It's a mere reflection of your own choices in life, if you believe in choices. Your perception of what you see is a reflection of what is going on inside of you when you watch a movie. The parts of the movie that stand out to you the most, the parts of the movie that make you angry, oh wait. That's telling. And I can sit back and I can see why the audience is important. And I'm beginning to understand more and more as a writer, as a creator, as the artist. That is what you do. You incite the audience. You make them laugh. You make them cry. You make them angry. You make them pissed off. You make them curious. They have things that they need answered. What's closure about? Why when people break up with people, they come back around for closure? Because they want an answer. You see people on TV, well, why did we break up? What happened? They want the answer. Just like on your favorite TV show. And if you don't get your answer, you feel betrayed from the beginning. Like, wait a minute, I need to know why this happened. I need to know why this happened. I need to know why this person is this way. Did this person do that same thing to the parent that they did to the child? I need answers. Yeah, that's what it's about. And so therefore, how is this applied to your life? This is why I encourage everybody to write. How will you approach that person? Where did you meet that person? What kind of conversation did you have with that person? What is it that this person does very often that you see? What's this person daily association? How does this person act when they get around certain people? That's character. Character is what someone does. What someone says is what someone does. That's character. Character is also how someone treats you, how someone acts. I remember one relationship I once had. I said, I don't like you. I observed the person. I sat back and I watched them and I observed them and I analyzed them. I just watched them. I watched them. I got out of whatever in my mind that I felt. I watched them and I said, I don't like you. I don't like you as a person. I don't like you. Do you know not liking somebody is a stronger feeling? When you don't like somebody, that feeling is way more stronger. Sometimes even your feeling of hating somebody, you can eventually get over that, believe it or not. If you hate somebody, you eventually probably will. But when you don't like somebody, that feeling to me feels like a lot more deeper. It's a it's a more cringy feeling like, I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, but character is what someone does. See? When you watch a show, it's what they do that makes their character. You could take away their gender, you can take away their race, you can take away it, even if their fantasy is different because there's none of that in fantasy. But you could take away all of that. But it's character. Someone who behaves and act like this, character. Someone who does this, that, and this, and Buddha bada boom, that's what this person is. Somebody who knows that someone's in a relationship and still chooses to be mess with them, knowing they're in a relationship, that's their character. Because best believe there's going to be other things behind the character of them messing around with people while they're with people, because you're going to find out how vicious it is because they're only messing with that person to spite the person, to somebody else. She's only fucking that dude just to spite you. See? Character. See, you don't know how far anyone's character will get because you don't know people like you think that you know them. You believe you know people like you know them. You believe you know your father. You believe you know your mother, your grandma, whoever else, even your own siblings. You believe that, but you really don't know anybody. Who you say is your best friend that became your lover, you really don't know that person. Because as soon as they do something, what y'all call out of character, ain't no such thing as out of character. That is their character. That's very much if they did it, if that's their actions, then that's who they are. That's who they are when they're angry. That's who they are when they're sad. That's who they are when they're depressed. That's their character. And that's yours too. What you do when you're angry, when you're depressed, when you're feeling mad, when you're feeling spiteful, that's your character. And are you able to accept your character? Are you able to transform yourself? Unless that's your true character. Since being in North Carolina, I see the character of people. And oh boy, people are characters. I see characters of people who know certain words and things to say when they talk to you about New York. Like every time I turn around, I tell somebody I'm from Southside, the first place they mention is South Road. South Road is one of the worst places in Southside. So then I say to myself, who the fuck are y'all talking to from, like, where y'all hearing this at? South Road is one of the, I don't fuck with South Road. And I recently had some dude I was talking on a speaker with that I guess a co-worker's dating, and he don't know people from 40Ps. Nigga, how you know people from Baisley but you don't know people from 40Ps? I don't think that's possible. And I'm about to take that one to the drawing board, bro. I'm about to hit up some family members and be like, yo, is it possible to know somebody from Baisley but not know nobody from 40? I don't think it's possible. Who is this fraud? This is a fraud right here. You ain't from no South Side, nigga. What you from, the suburbs of South Side, Jamaica Estates, nigga? If you are, keep it real. Don't talk about no South Road. Because, see, I know what goes on in the back streets of South Road. I don't say it out loud, but I know. I'm like, nah, nigga, don't fuck with no South Road. I got family members that be on that block. And I'm not going to tell you. Like, you get what I'm saying? Character. You don't ever make nothing ever anything else that it's not. Okay? I've watched people, and you probably have too, where people be like, at first I didn't like that person, but I still went to go talk to them. Let me tell you something. If at first you didn't like that person, at the end of your relationship, you still not going to like that person. That's how it goes. How it starts is how it ends. There's no such thing as loving somebody the moment you meet them and hating them at the end. There's no such thing as that. You didn't like them in the beginning. Anybody in my life who I liked in the beginning, I really liked, whether things fell apart or not between us, I still like them because I liked them in the beginning. Anybody who I did not talk to after the words, I ain't like them from the start. And see, life will start reflecting the very thing that will be telling you to get the fuck away from them, or they'll get the fuck away from you on their own. I got plenty of stories to tell about that. And that's the beauty of character and knowing the character of somebody. Because what you're going to find is you're going to have so many roadblocks and signs in your life that does not let you get close to the person in the way that you want to, because there's something in their character that you're not paying attention to. Come on, come up here and debate me on this. I'll drop the link right now. Come debate me on this. And on top of that, right? Check this out. I don't know what movies you ever watch, but let's just take The Notebook. Everybody knows that movie, right? Let's go. So The Notebook, should I show a picture to y'all on the screen share? So in The Notebook, um, what we have is, let me go ahead and just do a screen share to The Notebook. I got so much goddamn tabs up. Don't leave me. Hold on. Let me go into my images so I can show y'all just the basic cover of The Notebook. All right, let's go. Where I'm at. Now I done lost my damn self. I done lost myself. Hold on, y'all. I gotta get back to where I'm streaming at because I don't see myself. Okay. I'm trying to find my red dot. I don't see it. 1 second. Where's the recording button? I should have came over here with it. I think I came down here. That's a damn shame. So let me just go ahead and talk about The Notebook while I try to find where I'm at. So in The Notebook, we have two characters, right? Guy and a girl. They both young. Love was young. All kind of shit, right? And so what happened was Addie was her name. I forgot his name. Addie and this boy, the relationship started fucked up from the start. And how did it start up fucked up? And see, this is the symbols of life that I want you to understand about storytelling. I cannot find myself, y'all. That's why I'm scribbling right now. Bro, I can't. I always do this to myself. Like, I dead ass cannot find this red dot right now, bro. This shit is funny. I done lost my StreamYard. Alright, I gotta close out everything, bro. That's crazy. Alright. So in the very beginning, what he did was he came to her, Addie, while she was on a date with another man on a Ferris wheel and was like, I'm gonna jump if you don't date me. I'm gonna jump if you don't date me. She's like, no, don't do that, don't do that. She's getting all manipulated by him, right? So what happens to him in the storyline? Because he's the one telling the story. He gets manipulated. She met him and she was like, nah, you can't be with this dude. He poor. You understand? He's poor. You know, I have this guy that I once was in love with, and he was poor, and that's him over there. You know, he was a construction worker. Nowadays, you know, construction worker is actually a decent ass job, depending on your position as a construction worker, right? And so, you know, he's poor. That there it is, found it. Okay, that shit was hidden in the cut, bro. You know, you can't be with him. This, that, and the third, right? And so, what began to happen is she blocked. She took Addie. She moved Addie out of town, away from him. And anytime he wrote Addie, she never gave Addie those letters. Addie moved on with her life, got married, and eventually realized, you know, I pretty much am still in love with this dude here, and left what she already had, right? Just left the dude that she already had. Understand? Now, in the storyline, what is it showing? Oh, hold on, y'all. Oh, no. Hold on, y'all. I got all kinds of shit playing. Everything just started playing. Oh my gosh. Hold on, y'all. I got everything. Okay. That was a mess. And so the character of Addie is that she left the husband that she had to go be with Andy because Andy, that was his name, Addie and Andy, because Andy, the guy, sent off a newspaper to get her attention that he got money now and he built the house that they was in together that I believe used to be her house. So then she realized that she still was in love with this man. Now, I think y'all know where I'm going with this storyline. I think y'all do. So, you're in a relationship with somebody, right? And you find out about the person that they're with, right? Now, a lot of people get in their ego. People get in their ego because they like people lie, people deceive, and this, that, and the third. And I'm here to tell you that shit don't happen on accident. It doesn't matter if the person is being spiteful, whatever. The person should not have energetically been able to even approach you and tell you what they are telling you. Okay? See, you got just pay attention, going back to character. So the fact that you're in this relationship and this person just keeps coming up, and if you're having sex with the person, you're really gonna feel their feelings for them, and this person just keeps coming up. You are not paying attention to that person's character. You're not paying attention to the character of the person you're with, and you're not paying attention to the character of the other person, because at this point, this motherfucking person you with don't even give a damn about this person, because whatever they have is they gonna keep having it whether you there or not, because they had what they had when you weren't there, and they're having it while you're there. So with your character, cause see, this is the type of shit that be in movies, and people be screaming at the screen, "You stupid bitch! Why you leaving? You just need to lead a relationship. You just had an opportunity. Oh man, you should go talk to that person. Man, leave this person alone." It's the same fucking shit. The shit you see in movies is the same shit. And no matter how you're gonna slice that pie and try to say people don't exist and people don't do this and that, there's plenty of people in the world that do exactly what that motherfucking TV is showing you that people do, because people are people and people are characters. And you don't know a character unless you see what someone does that tells you their character. So let's get back to this example. So this person that you with got this going on. That's your way. That's a roadblock for you to get the fuck away. You know what people problem be in those situations? They try to fight for their love. They try to fight for their relationship. But do you know what happens to people that do that in those situations? That shit come right back again. I was with somebody. Funny story. And this particular person kept coming up and kept coming up, coming up. I even tried to ignore it and walk away and all kind of shit. Uh-huh. And what happened is I eventually was tired of this relationship, didn't want it no more, wasn't interested, just ready to live my life. This is my early 30s, 31, 32, right? Ready to go. In the moment that this person was plotting proposal, I kid you not, I can't make this up. The person was plotting this shit, right? And I'm gonna tell you how I figured it out later on, right? That motherfucking person from 5 years ago that was brought up hit my inbox. And in that inbox, that person was telling me everything that I've been asking, but she still defended this person I was with and lied. And eventually the relationship was over. Now, if you're not paying attention, you would think that the relationship was over because of this person, but no, the relationship was never over because of that person. The relationship was over because of me, because it was nothing that I wanted. It was nothing that made me happy. It was nothing that I wanted on my life path. But there were so many signs that I showed that person that I did not want to be with them no more. There were so many signs and in ways of my character that showed them that I was not interested in them anymore. And even if I told myself it was because of this, it was because of that, because of this, it was never because of any of that. It was because of me. And this is the same thing with character. See, religion fucks people up because religion makes people delusional about character and people and who they are and judging books exactly by their covers. Because I tell y'all all the time, the cover of a story, the cover of a book is telling you exactly what it's about. That's why it's the cover. The cover of any book, any story, whatever picture you see, whatever person you see on the cover, however they're stationed up on that cover, that is exactly what the story is about. What you see. I'll give you an example because this still applies to your everyday life. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to this one and then I'm going to hit up something else. All right. We good? All right. So we got the Notebook. Oh, shit, y'all. My internet. Because we got a tropical storm going on. All right. If my internet go out, don't go nowhere. I'll be right back. I just saw the little thing. We got the Notebook. We got Andy and we got Addie. We got Andy in his white, Addie in the blue, and they're in the rain, and they're touching nose to nose, but they're not exactly kissing one another. Right? It says the Notebook in the middle. And it looks pretty. I like that font. It has like a 1950s font, right? If you know what I mean, like something you see on top of a awning of a like a what they call in places, a diner. Or maybe a bookstore, a small owned bookshop or something, right? So let's look into the symbolism of the cover of this movie, because we're judging things by its cover, right? Now, can I make this bigger? No, I can't. What you have here, let me think of my shit, girl. What you have here, I gotta see myself. Okay. She is above him. So this story is going to be about a caste system. Okay. Notice how high she is. Whether he's picking her up or not, she's still in the picture. You can't really tell. You see? She could be standing on something. You can't tell. You see his arm, but you don't really know because the picture's not showing you that. That's on purpose. This showing that she's above him. And you see his position, and you see he's all wet and he's in white. This is another way of saying that he's nude, that he's naked, that he's vulnerable. That's another thing about the color white. I know that white is another way of being clear or being nude. I'm starting to pick these colors and these things up in movies. Another color that I have noticed in movies that stand out is the color blue. Anytime someone has on blue, like on Orange is the New Black, Tasty had took a blue icy on her lips. And there was another movie, Kevin from The Chi also wore blue. This person is going to have a very sad life. Okay. Anytime somebody's wearing blue in a movie, especially as a child, they're going to have a very sad life. Right? Okay. So the Notebook, they're in the rain. The rain symbolizes emotions, crying. So the rain is telling you that you are going to be doing a lot of crying when you watch this movie. A lot of crying is going to happen while you watch this movie. And I'm one of those that cried a lot watching. It's a very emotional movie. For the astrologers out here, these two actors are Scorpios. Yeah, they and I think they really, and I think the movie was published in the time of Scorpio. Just like Love Jones was published in the time of Pisces. Okay. So looking at the cover, his character to the left, his character, also the left and right is symbolic too. Left is more feminine energy, the right is more masculine energy. That's why everybody, when they say the word right, they're very like right and they're very aggressive with the word as opposed to the word left, right? It's a feminine energy, or you get left, right? Because it's like you get what I'm saying. So in this image, this cover, these characters that you see here. In this show, he did anything that he could to be with Addie. Okay? That was the drive of the story from the very beginning when he first laid eyes on her. His whole journey, not his adventure, his whole journey was to make sure that he gets Addie at the end. He wanted Addie so much that even when she got Alzheimer's, he wrote a note. He had read the notebook to her to make her remember him. Michael Jackson, do you remember the times when we fell in love? Do you remember? It's the same story being told over and over again. But the point I'm making with you is we are what? Judging a book by its cover. So let's get to another one, the most recent one. Some people was comparing this movie to The Notebook, but a lot of stories are The Notebook, and I'm going to tell you what The Notebook is. Yeah, Amenti the writer is like coming out right now in this storyline, but let's look at the cover of this. These covers are pretty damn small, aren't they? I'm trying to get some big shit. I don't know how to view image. Okay, here we go. I figured out my life. All right, boom. Better, y'all? There we go. I know how to use the internet now. So we got A Jazz Man's Blues. Now I want you to look at this. Okay? Everybody should have watched The Notebook. I don't think I spoiled it for you. But in Jazz Man's Blues, I'm just going to give you trigger warning. There's going to be a spoiler alert a bit in here. But I'm going to tell you how you read a book by its cover. I want to also make something too. If you noticed in The Notebook, I'm going to go back real quick to The Notebook, right? They were not kissing each other's lips. They were not touching each other's lips. They was touching nose to nose. So that was symbolic right there, that there was no affection between them right away. Now, in this story, notice that once again, do you notice the color she has on, y'all? Okay. It looks a little greenish blue, white. She's reading a book, minding her business, living her best life. And he is sitting here admiring her from a distance. Even though they're standing in front of each other, they're at a distance. She's not paying attention to him. She's aware of him, but she's not paying attention to him. And notice that he sits down at the bottom, and look how high she sits. Look how her foot even sits down on one tree, balancing herself on another tree, sitting higher than him. Though he's standing up, she still sits higher than him. So we're dealing with a movie that's dealing with caste systems. We live in a world of black and white, whether we like to accept it or not, accept this reality or not. But when you are white or lighter skinned, notice she has the light behind her. You are better. You are in a higher class than people who are of darker skin. And when you pay attention to him, you notice that the willow trees are falling behind him that are dark. Right? Again, he has on white and gray, which is quite interesting because remember I said white is also symbolic of nudity, of opening itself, vulnerability, right? Now, we can see this woman. Y'all notice that? We can see how she's sitting. We can see her character. We can see what she's doing. Now, technically, in the real life, if somebody's reading a book and someone's standing right there, this is me right here, I'm just laughing, and someone's looking at them, you would think that someone who's reading a book and sitting there would acknowledge them and look up. But notice she's not acknowledging him. She's not looking at him. There's no eye contact. So that shows that there's a distance between the two of them. And it's showing that he's a bit delusional, that he does not see her character, and that this is going to be, we see the word a jazz man's blues. So we see the word a jazz man. We know what a jazz man is, right? But we also know the name Jasmine, right? But this is a jazz man's blues, not Jasmine's blues, because if it was Jasmine's blues, then we'll be looking at the woman thinking her name is Jasmine, right? But remember what I told you about the color blue. The blue symbolizes in movies sadness. This person is going to endure a lot of pain, a lot of sadness, a lot of heartache. That's what blue is about. Now, I don't know if you know this, but our blood is naturally blue in our bodies, and it comes out red when it comes out of our bodies. And if you ever notice, for this, depending on the color of your blood, anyone ever noticed that you might have a dark color blood, or there's different colors bloods. There's some bloods that's really dark because the blood is naturally blue before it comes out red. And so the blues, there's one of my favorite verses by Robert Johnson. He said, he was talking about a woman that was leaving the car. He said, she's the Queen of Spades. That was the name of the song. She's the Queen of Spades. He said the red light that red light was something, and that blue light was my heart. That's what he said. The red light was the pain and the blue light was my heart. It's a fire ass fucking verse. I gotta find it. It's from the movie. It's from the song Queen of Spades by Robert Johnson. I really encourage you to listen to the lyrics to that song. All right. Then let's get into something. He is standing next to a tree. We can tell the time that this movie is. Now, we do see this style of a dress, right? We do have women that still wear this style. Now, from my perspective and where I come from, if you see a girl dressed like this, first of all, she's a girl. You might see a young girl with this style of dress on. But if you see a girl dressed like this, a lot of times she comes from something that is very orthodox. She might be a Jew. She might come from Jewish culture. She may even come from the Rasta culture. But she comes from some type of culture that is very orthodox, something that is strict, something that involves rules. And that's what they will be doing. They will be reading a lot. They won't watch TV. They won't really engage with worldly affairs, okay? Now, here we go. At the top of it says, never stop loving. So we know we're going to deal with a romantic movie. Okay, but we kind of knew that when we saw the title, right? I'm sure you knew that. Never stop loving. And the point is, this man did anything to get to this woman. So much that he did not pay attention to how dangerous her character was for him. And that might have been the thing that made him love her more, because she was being so dangerously in love for him. That is if you had a theme song for this woman, her name is Leanne. His real name was Horace John. I just laugh at that. Horace John Boyd. And Horace John Boyd was AKA Bayou. See, Bayou. And see that word is actually even a code of the storytelling, because names have a purpose in a story. Okay? They have a major purpose in the story. So, Bayou, Byou. Watch the movie to understand what I'm saying. If you want to watch a Tyler Perry, I know some people be like, Tyler Perry cringe, right? So again, this is spoiler alert. He went to death. See, her song is I am in love with you. I'm dangerously in love with you. That's the song I will play to make the theme for Leanne. And he called her Little Ann, right? I thought that was cute. She said, you can still talk to me once you know how to say my name right. And he called her Little Ann because he was illiterate. She taught him how to read. You see that? She taught him how to read. See that book in her hand? She's the one who started the paper airplanes. She's the one who was throwing them shits at him first. That was her character. And she told him, before he tried to get intimate with her, she said, I'm not pure. I'm not a pure girl. I'm not pure. So she was telling him, I ain't what you think I am. I had somebody tell me that. I ain't what you think I am. You better start listening when people tell you who they are. You better listen. I ain't who you think I am. I ain't the character that you think I am. The character of who I am is what I do. Have you been paying attention to what I do? That's my character. So in this movie, Leanne, through her character, was showing how dangerously in love she was with him. But in all reality, those of us that really watch it, we know that she was engulfed in her ego. She was holding on to something that she once lost. He was holding on to love. See, his is I Will Die For You by Prince. That's the song, that's the theme for Horace, aka Bayou Boyd. Bayou Boyd is symbolic of characters. Let's take away the race. Let's take away the people standing in front of this tree. And let's just do the artwork and take them out. And let's just look at the energy of what we see. Fuck all the whole Emmett Till storyline. Fuck the all of that. Let's go deeper. Here we have a character who is Horace. And that name is on purpose, by the way. Who's in love with Leanne, who taught him how to read and nurtured him and gave him a love that his own mama didn't give him because he was so broken at home. Think about your own life. Think about yourself. Think about think about yourself in this point. What healed you? What opened you? Who was the one that stood there and gave you something and made you feel something because you was feeling so empty over here from over here, what you was not getting? The song that the mother, Hattie Mae, I love her name. The mother, Hattie Mae, she looked like a Hattie Mae too. She said, my rooster has not laid no eggs. My basket is empty. And I kept saying, why is she singing this song? I need to read this song and listen to her perform this again. She said, my rooster have not laid no eggs. My basket is empty. And what they always say, don't put too many eggs in one basket, right? Baskets is symbolic of wisdom. Basket is symbolic of the knowledge and information that I have. Basket is symbolic of gifts, right? What we put in our baskets, right? We get baskets during Easter and we get a bunch of stuff in our baskets, right? We like and we don't like, but we have something in our basket. Little Red Robin Hood walked around and she had a basket that she was bringing to her grandmother, but her journey got interrupted along the way, right? So he didn't pay attention to this character to the left named Leanne. But again, we're going to take away faces and personalities. We're just getting into character. Now, her character was abused. Her character allowed people around her to abuse her. Unfortunately, she got abused very early by her own family member. But these things are over exaggerated storytelling, no different than horror in the Silent Hill, when an alarm would ring and all these different characters and scary people would come out, because that was the little girl's nightmare, because that's how she saw the people who abused her. This is the same thing with storytelling. This is how she was abused, right? This is how she was broken down since a little girl. But see, here's the character. He's the character of the grandfather was an evil motherfucker. And he was told that by Sitsi. Okay? He was told by her, right? Who acts as the messenger in the story. And he wasn't paying attention to the character. They called her Bucket. My basket is empty. They called her Bucket because she got left in the bucket by her mama. That's her character. This is all her mother's character, right? So we go back to Leanne, this character. She's being sexually abused by the person that she was left with. And he saw it in the window. He saw it. This is a part of her character. So what was in front of him was, Leanne didn't love no damn body. Leanne didn't love no damn body. Because that's not what it's about. The character of Leanne wanted what was missing because she was living life an entire lie. Her whole life has been a lie. Her whole life has been bullied around by people, and she lets it happen, and then she cries about it, and all she does is cry about it. Her whole life has been, I'm gonna be dangerously doing this and that because I have the privilege to. That's another thing. She had privilege to do the shit that she did. Privilege that her mother gave to her. And you know it's so deep, she still had privilege even when she grew up in the Black neighborhood with the rest of them. She still, you get what I'm saying? Never stop loving. And so it goes on in this story, right? With this character. Now she's lying to her husband about her race. Her mother told her, if they find out who we are, they'll kill us. We'll die. Character. Hiding because life, scared, fear, dangerously putting herself in danger. This is her character. She's dangerous. She puts herself in danger. Her mother put her in danger's hands. Her entire life has been danger, symbolic of the family member violating her. Then let's get back to this character to the right, named Boyd, right? Bayou. Bayou was not paying attention to the blockages that was protecting him. This is talking to you out there. Let's talk about them. When she didn't show with her paper airplanes that she started with, we're going to get to the paper airplanes in a minute. Let me type this out so I won't forget. And he went. No. Hold on. Let's go further back. Oh, let's go further back. The antagonist, his brother, Willie Earl. I forgot about Willie Earl. When the antagonist said, she ain't going to be with you. Fuck you doing? She ain't going to be with you. He told the entire story. She ain't going to be with you. Look at your clothes. She ain't going to be with you. Look at your character. Look at who you are. She really ain't going to be with you. So that was the first blockage. They got in a fight. The second blockage, actually the first blockage was when they told her that her name was Bucket, and she was standing by that tree and she was peeping around and she didn't join in with nobody. She didn't come sing. She didn't come dance. She didn't do nothing. She was at a distance, just like she is in this cover. So then the second time, yeah, we got a flash flood going on, y'all. Okay. That's the notification you heard. And then the second time, he went to the house with the grandpa with the crazy looking eye, like Uncle Ruckus, with a knife cutting up an apple. And so he was like, "What you want, boy?" And she's standing 3-4 doors behind at a distance. And she's shaking her head, no. Showing her character. She don't want to go to the social with you. She don't want to socialize with you. She ain't even socialize with you when your mama was singing about the rooster. It was Sissy over there with you. Your brother over there with you. And other people over there with you. She wasn't even over there with you. She was behind the tree like a weirdo. And so the grandpa was like, "What you want with my Leanne? That told you enough right there, sir. What you want with her? Get up out of here. You don't want nothing to do with your mother washing. You think I'm stupid, boy? You want her. Get out of here." Once again, another roadblock. Life goes on. Hold on, life ain't go on yet. The moment you propose to her, baby, you propose to her at that tree that you standing at right now. Again, this is going to be a spoiler alert. At the tree, because the objects inside of movies are characters too. The tree is the character, the notebook is the character, her shoe is the character, his clothes is the character, her outfit is the character, her hairstyle is the character, his hairstyle. That's everything. Everything on that stage is a character. Everything on stage has a purpose. This is why they tell you to live your life on what purpose. And so he gets another blockage. Tries to propose to her. Her mama come back. My father told me what you did, showing you the character that this family is fucked up and full of lies and full of deceit. And the father didn't look like Uncle Ruckus for no reason. Full of lies and deceit and delusion. And said, "I know what you did to her. And you don't, and I should get you this, that, and the third for telling the damn story, for telling you that if you keep fucking with her, you gonna die." Let's get back to Leanne. Now, you never left her mind. She damn sure ain't never left yours. So who is the catalyst? The same person who told you about her is the same person who ends up being the catalyst that you go send off some washcloths to in a white bag, because you injured yourself on purpose. Because that's what the hell you did with Leanne. You injured yourself on purpose to come back to your mama in the service. Came back with the cane. And here you are running into her again. And they said, you look like you just seen a ghost, Leanne. You all right? The mother said, no, just long travel. She gonna be all right. The mother didn't even notice y'all, because that's how distant the mother life is from y'all, because she was upstate and all that shit. But let's move on to the storyline. Leanne is coming to you in that white car, the same way that that white paper flew to you. You minding your business. You singing your music. You enjoying your life. Here come Leanne with her shit, with the shits. In the rain. And you telling her you ain't supposed to be in these parts. You even called her out and said, is that my sissy? You said you even sound like him. You said that to her. You even sound like him. That's showing you her character. So look at your own life. Somebody done left the chat. Look at your own life. Character. Listen, I'm speaking like this on purpose. Okay? Now, let's keep it moving. So, after all of this goes on and on and on, we find out that this character, Leanne, gets called out. Okay? Because a baby is made. It's not her husband. Spoiler alert, y'all. And the mama says, you're selfish. You don't give a damn who you hurt as long as you get what you want. You're selfish. And that's human nature. That's the character of everybody. Even the person who's giving to everybody is a selfish motherfucker. If you ask me, the person who's the most giving is the most selfish person. Think about that part. Anybody who's sitting here like Leanne, it was not in the name of love. It was in the name of not wanting to be alone and needing somebody, being needy and codependent. And for the jazz man blues, because he was a jazz man, he did go to Chicago. He did make it as a singer, and so he sung all those songs to her because she never got his letters. Remember, the mother stopped it. He sung all those songs to her. All the love letters that he ever wrote her, he sung it to her so she can get them through the radio. But what happened with him is he was only holding on to this thing, to this energy of freedom, this energy of what he perceived to be love and happiness. He was holding on to this because it gave him something. This is equivalent to common song hip hop. And you think he's talking about a woman, but he's talking about hip hop. He's personifying hip hop and the love and hip hop being his first love. Okay? And here's another thing. That's very key. I also see how very one-sided, if you ever notice, all of these love stories are. This is why I tear them apart so much. It's very one-sided. And what is being shown to you is if you gave somebody this scenario, what would their character do? If you was given this scenario, what would your character do? It's the whole, what would you do for $1,000,000? What would your character do for $1,000,000? Somebody said, I'll fuck you for $1,000,000. I'll be like, nah. Because what the fuck you want to do to me so horrible that you're giving me $1,000,000? See, that's where my mind goes. You want to do something fucked up to me real bad for $1,000,000. Because the fact that you can give away $1,000,000 so easily to me bothers me. See, that's how I think. Something's wrong. Something's fucking wrong that you could give somebody $1,000,000 away like that. No investments. You're not sponsoring me for anything with that $1,000,000. Yeah. Huh. Why do I say this? You got to get away from titles of people in your life. What character do you see about the people around you? I have someone in my life, it's actually two of them. One of them lost their mother, another one lost her mother later on in her life, basically in her grown life. So it was an age where it was possible for her to lose her mom. The other one, I think she lost her mother young. And the one who lost her mother young has so much to say about what a mother is to her daughter and what a mother needs to be doing and what a daughter sees with the mother. She got so much to say about it. This is her character. But she don't know a goddamn thing about a mother's love and a daughter love because she don't got no daughters. Another woman I noticed who mother died later on. This woman is her mother-in-law. And these things don't be accidents. And what happened is this other woman, she has a thing where she gets people to gang up against people. She has a problem when she sees too many family members be happy, love each other, and together. It's real fucked up. And the reason why she has this is because she feels like she's outside of it because she moved. She moved from her home state in the name of being in a relationship and all this type of shit. And it did not benefit her life. It benefited her life, but it did not benefit her life. You see how it goes? It benefited her life. Nice house, nice car, money, good career, good retirement, good at-home business, can go back to work and make money. Absolutely life laid out beautiful. But this one piece of life gets to her, and that she missed out on being raised and being a part of her family's life so much that she got so much shit to say about family, so much shit to say. She can't stand to see other family members get along with other family members. She can't stand to see it. So she comes around and she causes all kinds of problems and mayhem, all because she can't stand to see it. This is her character. Whether this person is your auntie, whether this person is your sister, whether even if this person is your own grandmother or your mother, it does not matter. This is their character. The reason we develop or supposed to have compassion for parents is because they're parents, right? Because I guess the Bible said, forgive your parents and your days will be prolonged. I don't agree with none of that shit. If you ask me, I don't agree with none of it. The thing is, it's about character. I need you to understand that people like me and people like you who analyze life like people like me and you, we're not going to be liked in this world. We're not going to be understood. We're not going to be liked and we're not going to be understood because simply this, and I need you to hear me out. We see through people. We see above, we go above and beyond what the fuck your physical looks like. We may judge you by your physical, but we don't give a fuck about that. We don't give a fuck about your beauty because Leanne was absolutely drop dead motherfucking gorgeous. I could show you a music artist that she looks like. Fucking gorgeous. Actually, this music artist even dressed like this. Fucking gorgeous. But she was so ugly. Her character was so fucked up. And her life was so fucked up. Her grandfather was fucked up. Her mama was fucked up. Everybody around her was fucked up. The husband was fucked up. The damn child came up fucked up till he found out that, that his daddy was a nigga. He was fucked up. He was talking all this shit. And Miss Hattie Mae pulled up like, let me show you something, motherfucker. I got some here. I got some letters. Here, I want you to investigate a murder. I got some letters. That's not what she did that for. She did that to spite him. Like, here, motherfucker, your daddy black. She didn't give a fuck about that. She knew what killed her son. She ain't need no investigation. She wanted him. She was saying, you need to investigate this because it's your mother's fault. And we can't just blame her because it's his fault too. So you got to look at your own life. Why is this person your friend? Why do you love somebody that you say you love? Why did you marry the person that you said you marry? Why do you call this person your best friend? Why is this character your best friend? Why is this character somebody that you trust? What is it about them that you trust? What is it in their character that made you trust them? I think this is a beautiful cover. I think it's a very beautiful cover, right? Till you get to the damn story. So that same tree he stood on is the same tree he hung on by you, by Leanne, because of Leanne. That's the same one. Let me go back and show you some scenes. Now, needless to say, he went to live his life as a musician. And though he had this opportunity, going back to that character of a family member I have, though he had that lifestyle and he could sing and he can woo the crowd or whatever he could do, that was not the purpose of why he was standing behind that microphone. He didn't give a damn about singing, y'all. Leanne said, maybe you should sing and not play the trumpet. See, the universe used it as a catalyst. Maybe you should sing and not play the trumpet. But he got so endowed by the love of what Leanne gave to him at 17 years old that every time he got on that microphone, she was the motivation and the muse for why he got on that microphone to sing about the songs that he sang. And there's the brother, Willie Earl, the one that can play the hell out of a trumpet. Oh man, he can play that trumpet. I wonder, was that an artist really playing that trumpet or was that pretending? Here go another picture. All right. I'm going to go ahead and here we go. Oh shit, motherfuckers. Hold on. Why won't let me view the damn image? Yeah, it won't let me view the image, y'all. But if you could look at this one, look at the symbolism. Once again, he's standing in front of that tree. She's in green, a greenish blue color. And she looking off at the distance and he looking the other way. They're not truly connected. They're far apart. Let's get to the paper airplanes. Now, it started with paper because she taught Bayou how to read. I'm going to find this picture. Let me just go to scenes. She taught him how to read. Because the first paper airplane she sent to him, he did not know how to read. Okay, let's go ahead. She said, "You can't read, can you?" He said, "No." He didn't say no, but he was like, shook his head. And she taught him how to read. And they read by the water. And all these different things. And that's what he was holding on to. Even when he sat down, and because he kept reading, by the way, she was a catalyst. Because see, that's another thing about people's character. They can be the catalyst of what's supposed to be in your life. Once again, we have her sitting on the top of the tree. And once again, we have him down at the bottom looking up at her. Notice she has a book in her hand. She's reading. Book is made of what? Wood. Most ancient books were made, the cover was oftentimes wood, leather. But most of the time it was leather. And we know that leather comes from the cow. And if you don't know this, when you make leather from a cow, the natural color of the cow is wet blue. That's the tone of the color of a cow when you make leather. The leather is first a wet blue, and then it's leather. Have you ever noticed if you see a leather jacket that's blue, it has a very unique, deep tone of blue that you don't see very often? That's called the wet blue. And so this is all symbolic of the throat chakra. But as I told you, in movies, if anybody has blue or the color blue is mentioned, it is associated with trouble, sadness, and extreme trauma in their lives. I mean, their lives is going to be shit. I'm just keeping it a buck with you. It's never a good thing. Now, there is a song by MIA. I think it's actually called Paper Airplanes or something like that. But paper airplanes are associated with child's play. Okay? It's associated with child's play. Paper airplanes are shown that you make that when you're a kid and you throw them around and you get excited because your paper airplane flew. Paper airplanes is associated with how do I say it? It's associated with sending messages. And paper airplane is not a real airplane, because when you're an adult, you get on an airplane and you go places and you travel. So paper airplanes are symbolic of not traveling far. Because when you throw it You're not throwing it far. She threw it in his window. Like she literally stood in his window and threw the paper airplanes, and they stood at that tree. The tree that you see right there. That's the tree that they stood at. And so paper is where it all started. The paper airplanes and the messages and the words is where it all started. It's the same equivalent to texting somebody online. It's the same equivalent to somebody sliding in your motherfucking DM that you do not know, but you believe that you know them through whatever's feeding your ego of them messaging you. It's the catfish game. And if you look at this tree, a lot of where catfishes are caught by trees that look like this. Catfishes are caught in the most nastiest, muddiest part of the fucking ocean. I don't even know why people bother to eat a catfish. Disgusting. If you don't cook a catfish properly, you can taste the mud in a catfish. Okay? So that tells you right there that we should not be fucking ingesting fucking catfish. Moving on. The character of Leanne was full of games, lying, and child's play in an adult playpen. Leanne was full of, well, coming back around and, I love you and I never stop thinking about you and all of this shit. But why do we write these types of stories? Huh? Why do we sit here and you just be like, what in the entire fuck? Why did you do that to the character? Why did you do this to the character? Why? Because human beings are characters. And I'm speaking at a monotone way on purpose. So you know that. I know y'all know I talk very, very fast. But I'm speaking in this tone, in this, not tone, but in this speed at this pace for a purpose, okay? Because I can talk really fast. And so it's not always to get a rise out of the audience, but it's going to. Because what the audience misses is this. These are characters. If it's flying debris, I'm about to be in trouble. That mean my chairs and shit gonna fly away. God damn it. Hold on, y'all. I might have to go outside and flip them over. Oh shit. Let me see how it look outside. I'll put it over here. Why do writers do this shit? Because what the audience misses is the audience gets mixed up with the people, the black and white, the race, the time, right? You can tell any story in any time, in any way. The audience get mixed up with rights and wrongs and their own ideologies and beliefs, right? The audience gets mixed up with that's so fucked up. That's not right. That's this, that's that. But this is what the audience misses every time. It's a silver screen. It's a silver screen. It's reflecting you. Every time you look at that screen, every time you are looking in a mirror, you're looking at you. What's standing behind Leanne, that's not her mother. That's you. That's the audience saying what life is best for this character and what life is best for that character. That could be anybody. That could be a divested black woman right there, standing right there saying, "Hell no, you ain't gonna be with that nigga now, that monkey on top of you, this, that, and the third. We gonna live our life nice and right and white, and you gonna do what I say." Because I believe divested, this is how they abuse their children to make sure they don't date outside their race, especially if their child come out dark. And then you're looking in the mirror at how you get pushed around in your own life and the things you don't speak up about and how you conform, just like Leanne. Well, I just didn't like the way that Leanne just sat back and she ain't do nothing. Hold on, y'all. Let me check out something. I ain't like the fact that when when the mama took the keys from her car, when she went to drive off to help him, she took the keys from her car. She just went in the house and started crying at the table. You're looking at yourself. You're looking at all the times you've been helpless in your life. All the times you didn't stand up for things that you were supposed to. All the times you did try to stand up for some shit and got hurt. You're looking at yourself. That's the character. So while I'm not here to ever be someone to rate to Tyler Perry movie, I have to say this one will have to be the one that I actually say, if you want to do script studying, this is a good movie to study with. Besides the fact he did not give answers. And the only reason why I think he didn't give answers to Leanne is because we was reading Boyd's letters. And we got a glimpse of Leanne's life too. So I understand the audience did want to know what happened to her mother. They said they wanted it to be a series, like what happened to her mother, what happened to, because more than likely what happened to her mother is what happened to Leanne. And it's kind of crazy because we're like, well, why would you leave your daughter with him knowing what he did to you type shit, right? Because again, character. That's why. That's the answer. Character. Human beings. Doing what human beings do. I'm here to teach you from my heart, and I'm serious. You got to pay attention to the characters of people around you. And you have to let go of titles. Do they listen when you talk? That's their character. They don't listen. When you try to share information with them, how do they respond to information that you give them that you know what you're talking about? That's character. That's character. Do you see how somebody talks nasty about somebody? That's character. Never let that one slide. Anyone who speaks very nasty of people is a that's who they are. That's character. But what happens with the look of the character that we begin to associate an instant character with the look? Is due to our own experiences. It's due to our own perception. It's due to our own internal monologue. So if you, as myself, have had experiences with women who look a certain way and who's a certain complexion, and even if they are lighter skinned and they have a dark skinned mother or father, they carry on a certain characteristic. These are the people in your life that you stay the fuck away from. These are the characteristics. These are the characters that you stay away from. Because instantly, just looking at them tells you their character. They say all the time when we go to work, we're a character. And everybody is a character at work, but everybody's a character everywhere they go. I see somebody that they act very, very funny when they get around a certain family member. And I'm like, that's their character. Matter of fact, that's who they really are. And that's what they really feel about me. See what I'm saying? That's what they really think. Character. See, no one likes people who judge a book by the cover, because you come across people like me and I sit here and I teach you how to judge a book by its cover. They say pictures are worth 1,000,000 words, 1,000 words. That's true. They say art imitates life. That's true. Because even as an artist, no matter how many people, whatever's in the storyline, whatever's in the picture, they do not matter. It's the story that's being told in the art. The model does not matter. It's the story being told in the fashion piece. But you have to have that level of intelligence to go beyond that, to see that in your artistry. I do not matter behind this microphone. Looking at me does not matter. Do you want me to have a mansion? I have my own apartment that I pay for. What do you require for me to have? Should I be a baddie with a lace front laid the fuck out? No, I'm actually going Rasta. Do you need to take the camera and go in my bathroom so you can see all my goddamn perfume and products and body scrubs and the facial mask that I need to re-up on? What do you need? When what you really need is my voice. That's all you need. What you really need to hear is what I have to say in my message. They don't give a fuck what it don't matter what I look like. And this is what people fail. This is what people fail. You know why people show themselves? Because of their ego. You know that, right?
people only get behind these cameras and these microphones and make sure you see what they look like because of their ego. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. I always like to take pictures and photography, but those was always private in my world, right? And what happened was I eventually started taking my pictures because those pictures was like it was my signature picture of myself for years. But I love myself when I had that mohawk. I took a lot of pictures. People took a whole bunch of pictures of me. I couldn't tell you where I'm at to this day. So many people took pictures of me in that mohawk. And eventually I was trying to be professional, this, that, and the third. And pictures. But what happened was, these pictures I had with my private, like I said, and then I met someone who was like, well, you're beautiful, this, that, and the third. And people were like, yes, show your face, this, that, and the third, and all this shit. And the thing is, you have to be careful with that. Okay? Because you don't need to show your face just to have a voice and to present something and talk. The only time that I need to show my face is if I'm working out. Am I working out and showing you how to do something? Am I presenting to you how to make a fucking juice in the morning and what kind of juices I make? Am I is there anything that I'm doing that requires for me to show my face? There's nothing that I'm doing that's requiring me to show my face. But what I'm doing here is I am showing you something here on the screen and you hear my voice as I speak. That's what you get. Give or take. If I'm not presenting any crime videos or nothing like that, because I know people have the crime videos and stuff. People tend not be too caring about what they look like. I've always noticed that. Like, those people are the number one people online that if people who do crime videos and investigate and get information on people, they don't ever have to show their faces. I've always noticed that. No one ever wants to see what they look like, but they do show their face instead. If that is them, they do pick up pictures and stuff like that. Show their face. Now, what's beautiful is that this is all symbolic of the self-reflection that people are not doing. You have people in this world who clearly voted for this man in droves. They voted for this man. You have people who clearly purposely did what they did with the intention of trying to hurt somebody. You have people who, after it happened, they're mad at the fact that they end up being hurt in the process. Okay? You have people who voted for this person and fucking turned around and still was very angry at the fact that he has not targeted the people that he was supposed to target. But not once did these fucking people ever look at themselves and say, I voted for this. And this applies to the same thing in your life. You made that choice. You voted for that. You vouched for that. You kept going. You got the truth. You got the things to block you. And you still kept going. You did not know how to see when something is blocking and in your way, how to keep moving. Okay? Damn near you was about to get killed. Damn near your heart was about to be broken. And you saw that. But you kept going. Damn near after you bought the ticket and you was on your way to the airport, some random motherfucker said, no, you can't come in here. You can't go. You can't go. You like, what the fuck? What you mean I can't go? Why you not letting me go? No, don't go. Can't go. You can't go. So instead of you listening, you still push to go. You still push to go. And what happened? Consequences. Consequences happen. Because you still wanted to go. And how beautiful is the universe? Like, how beautiful is the universe that the universe will be like, I got another route for you. The person you met who ain't no good for you was a catalyst because I got another route for you. And the route is that you can be a blues man. The route is these people tried to kill you, that I had them try to kill you for you to jump in the car with your brother who's a junkie that you still outshine because he not doing his path. He not doing what he's supposed to do in his life because he fucked up over your daddy like he been since a kid. That you can write songs about this bitch and she can listen and watch you be successful and be a famous goddamn singer. Came from and keep her secret while listening to your music with her new white family. But I had to get you damn near killed and you had to push you to get in that car to get there. But still you detoured. And you wanted pain. You wanted pain. Because you were in your ego. And that's your character. And you're a human being. And the only way that you can believe, you're going to keep believing what you're going to believe. And you're going to keep believing in this love. So you're going to keep going back to it. It's a reflection of you. It's a reflection of all of us. So when someone detours another path and says, well, goddamn, look what the universe did for me. Universe took me out that sorry ass hick town and got me up here in the big city. Look what the universe did for me. The universe put me in a position to be here. My brother ran out. His brother ran out of being impatient. The man did everything he could to get his brother to that audition. That's what they was leaving for his brother. But he ended up, you and him, the hero ended up being the Horus, the Horu, ended up being the one that got it and shined on the stage to sing songs to Leanne's sorry ass. But it wasn't enough. See, it's about the heavy heart. That's why the song said, my heart is full of lead. Lead is very heavy. Is you or is you ain't my baby? My heart is full of lead. Is you or is you ain't my baby? That's what the song is saying. Because songs inside of a movie is telling a story. That's what it is. It's telling you the story. That's why when you know somebody about to die, it's that song, If I Lay Here. When she play that song, you know somebody dying every time on Grey's Anatomy. If I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? He's talking about death. Okay? Because the broken heart, the heavy heart, all of these things are the very things that get in the way of us truly manifesting who we are, what we need to be. See, the wise people, they be like, fuck that love shit. I'll give love to this. I'll give love to that. I'll give my attention to this. I'll give my attention to that. If what I was just saying didn't work out, it was for a fucking reason. And I'm not going to fight for nothing that don't want me. But I'm going to sit here and be in a space with what want me. I'm going to be somewhere where life is lighter, where my heart is lighter as the feather. And that's what all of these stories are telling everybody. From Rain Man, his heart was heavy about his father, and Rain Man getting the money. This Jasmine Blues, heart was heavy. His brother's on drugs. His father never gave him love. The father was dead. He never got his closure with the father. He never got his closure with Leanne. So he sat up there on that microphone with a heavy heart. See him pointing at you in the audience, right? That mirror. These people don't exist. Nothing exists but you in this moment of this picture. And then, despite everything, he had the ultimate choice. Ira, which is another way of saying the iris or the ibis bird or the ibis, the one who sees. That's why he had the glasses on and he had the facial. His face looks the way it does because this is symbolic of the ibis bird. Because the ibis bird can see anything, the most tiniest, any insect, anything, and it can take its beak and it can tear that shit up. It's a beautiful thing. Go look up the ibis bird, and in Trinidad they have these beautiful, beautiful red ibis birds. Oh, that red is gorgeous. That red is the same color of the red bottom shoe. All right, so this is him. All right. He's there for a reason. And him being Jewish and shit like that, just the heart will play on. See, they got words at the top. And the reason why the heart will play on is because he said to him, is this about your mother or Leanne? And he still got put between the choice between Leanne and his mother. Okay? Leanne or his mother. And he still ended up dying. But why was it his mother? Because just like Iris said, I'll go get your mother. Because he had the privilege to do that. He knew that. I'll go get your mother. I'll bring her back here. And she can come stay up here. Matter of fact, she can come move up here. Matter of fact, let her come visit and just see you. Because I'm going to tell you, Hattie Mae would have left Hopewell. And she would have took Sissy with her. Okay? Trust me. Sissy would have came with her, and Leanne would have been able to sit her lonely ass in that house and had nobody around her, because that's what Leanne needed, but Leanne manifested Sissy. See how it goes? Leanne manifested somebody like Sissy being someone to be her housekeeper, because this is the same one who she grew up with, and she know who she is. She knows she was called Bucket. She know who she is. She know her truth. The heart will play on, because his heart was heavy over little Ann, Leanne. His heart was heavy over her. Now, I had a moment when I was learning about dialogue. I was starting to understand, because one thing that had me stuck in my script writing was the dialogue. And I was just like, I sit down and I listen to people talk all the time, and I listen to people's different ways of dialogue. But what am I missing? I'm missing something about dialogue. Let me listen. And lo and behold, it was a Sagittarius. It had to be a Sagittarius. Once again in my life, to circle it around and do a master class on it. And when I sat down and I began to watch movies again, doing my script study, I began to cry. Okay? I began to cry. And the reason why I was crying is because I began to see how everything is on purpose. See, it's not that you black, you color folk, I didn't mean to go that deep. It's not that you a woman. It's not none of that. To why you're not seeing black movies and films and all these different things on TV. There is a strategic way. There is an ancient way of storytelling that has never changed. In Hollywood, and everybody a part of it understands this artistry of dramatism, being a dramatist in storytelling that goes back to Shakespeare, even before Shakespeare, on that stage, entertaining the crowd. It's a higher message for all of us. We are supposed to all be looking in the mirror when we watch these movies. We are supposed to all be doing a level of self-reflecting in our lives when we watch these movies. Even when we are entertained, there's still a self-reflection that's there that we keep going back. This is why reality TV is what it is. And this is why all these things, all this stuff is on purpose. And see, even now, if you notice, Tyler Perry is on purpose to tell the stories the way that he tells them, even when he doesn't give answers. This is all on purpose. Because at the end of the day, he has a studio. He still is making these movies. He still had told y'all this lie about him being homeless and all this stuff. I don't believe it. It's all for him to connect to the Black struggle, to Black people. It's all on purpose. And it's interesting because I'm just peeping things. I'm not going to go there with what I want to say. I'm not going to go there. But I'm going to say this. I started to cry because I realized that when it comes to dialogue, dialogue moves the story. The purpose of dialogue is to be a part of the storytelling. When somebody's telling a joke it's telling a story. When other people are talking around people, it's telling a story. When someone is talking to somebody, it has a reason and a purpose, and they want something. It's telling a story. And this is the same thing with your life. When somebody's talking to you, they want something. When somebody's in your face, they want something. You ever get that feeling? They want something. When somebody's saying hello and good morning to you, they want something. They want something. And it's something that you're giving them that they keep being in your face. Otherwise, they won't be in your face. So storytelling is the same thing. When Leanne was at the table and her mother was talking and she said this line, I had commented this on somebody's page. She said, the moment she laid eyes on him, I knew he was the one. Even though the mother is talking, I don't think we got the mother's name, Ethel. The mother's name is Ethel. Even though the mother is talking, that was how Leanne feels. That's how she felt in that moment about when she saw Bayou. Bayou is such a dope name because I want to be loved by you, right? I keep telling you his theme song is I Would Die For You by Prince. Only if you want me to, I will die for you. That's his song. And then I was crying because I got the full answer about if you can master dialogue as a writer, you are a great ass writer. And I was wondering why they kept saying that, because I do love dialogue, but I was like, why? Aaron Sorkin, David Mamet, Shonda Rhimes, their dialogue is fire because the dialogue is telling the story. Shonda Rhimes is inspired by Aaron Sorkin. You can see that. You can see where Scandal came from. And if you know the world of writers, you can see this. And then with the writing, because that's it, we're just writers. We put the image out there, we put it out there, the actors put it out there. They're all just all of this is characters. Even that lamp sitting there, even those curtains and that wallpaper is telling a story within the story. It's all on purpose. And so when you sit here and you do dialogue and it moves the story along, it's the same thing with your life. You sit down with somebody on a date, look around you. Look at the energy of the people around you. What is that couple over there doing? What is that couple over there doing? Is somebody getting mad? I had a situation in my life where I saw somebody get so angry at someone to the point they spit at them. And I was like, and it's crazy because to this day in my life, I always thought about it because I was reading the Celestine Prophecies at the time. And I always thought about it. And I was like, ooh, that's what that person that I'm sitting with right now feels about what they feel about. And this is why I'm sitting here at this event with this person. And I really don't want to be here because something in me just feels like something ain't right with this person and I'm not connecting with them. That is what all of this is telling you about your life and how you live your life on purpose. Why does your living room look the way it do? Why does your kitchen look the way it do? Why does your bedroom look the way it do? Why does your porch? Why do you work the job that you do? Why do you associate with the people that you do? All of this helps you live life on purpose. So you understand when someone says, I don't live like that. I don't think like that. No, that's not how I live. I don't listen to that music. You won't take it personal. You won't take anything personal because you'll understand that this them living their life on purpose. There's so many people in my world that I'll be like, I really don't want to talk to this person. I really don't like this person. I want another person. I have gone through that in my life a lot. But I had to see, just like Horace, he died too young to see it. But I had to see that my life was constantly around people that I didn't want to be around. My life was constantly around people that I was the opposite of. Constantly. I have a life of being abused by a parent. Just like this. Constantly. So all of these things, and it's a part of my heavy heart. It's a part of me having a heavy heart. But what's happening in my life now? The very thing that I was being taught at 28, the very story somebody was telling me to teach me something, here I am being that very person on my show. Here I am on this microphone being these very, not even person, these very people on the show. And here I am speaking the same shit that this person was teaching me from when I was 28 years old to now. To get it. I thought I got it then. He said, you don't get it. He said, when you get it, you're going to break down and cry. Say you ain't got it yet. And now when I had this moment of learning dialogue and I was watching this movie and I was just, and it wasn't just this movie, by the way, it wasn't just this movie. It was script studying. But when I began to catch it, I caught it just that fast. I broke down and cried. I broke down in real tears, cried. And I don't cry like that. I'm a little weeper. I don't cry. I broke down and cried because I realized in that moment, oh shit, all the esoteric and occult writing and symbolism that I've been doing, the blog that I've created, the book that I had started but never published it because I wanted, because for my own reasons, that's still sitting there, everything that I did. And how I got into a place where I took a break from myself and I started going into life and going into myself and going to my hometown to live. This was all a part of my healing journey in my life. I had to go back to where I came from to appreciate what I was, where I was at and what I have grown to learn and everything that I did. It all circled around that everything I did was not in vain. Every lesson I got was not in vain. Every person, every experience was not in vain. Even the choice of celibacy was not in vain. None of it. And then I look at the success of my own family, my own children. And I look at my own success that's coming and that still continues to come my way. And none of it was in vain. And that's what's supposed to happen to you when you watch a movie. You're supposed to, that's the secret. That's the secret sauce. You're supposed to be like, wait a fucking minute. What is my character? What do I do when I go outside? Where's my heart? Where's my heavy heart? What am I carrying? What opportunities do I have? But I have this thing in the back of my mind or this situation that just keeps a hurdle in my life. Why am I falling into the bottle like Ronnie? Every time something fall or go wrong, or I'm just go in the motherfucking bottle. What's going on in my life? What am I not facing? Why am I attracting these relationships where I'm attracting someone who ain't even at my level or who don't want me the same way I want them? Why I keep going and choosing relationships with people that I admire because, you know, and I'm not talking about something speaking in general, that I admire because of what they gave to me or something they gave, whatever they did for me. And then I'm sitting here talking about how I love them and I want to marry them when I ain't even get a chance to fully know them. When the universe showed me what the fuck going on in that crazy ass house with that crazy ass grandpa, I should have known then, even though I was young and full, I should have known then. And before I even seen in the window what he was doing that from the moment I met him. That's what it's about when we watch movies. That's why they stay here. That's why they're here in front of us. It's the R word in you. What's R word in you? What's fucking you every day in your life without your consent? What's dragging you down? What's weighing your heart full of lead? And that is what the silver screen is supposed. 2 hours. When the fuck did I talk 2 hours? That's what the silver screen is supposed to do to you every time you look at something like this. Let me look at the numbers. 1188. Jazz is 1188. Just the basics of the number. Because Jazz is 10, 1, and 26, 26. So hold on. 1188, 8, 16, 17, 8, 16, 17, 18. Still a non-energy. Okay. I was just looking at something. I can cry. I really can cry. So as a great writer, this is what makes you a great writer, is what your characters do, what obstacles you put in that character's way, what do they do with the plot twists and the obstacles, and do they get what they want at the end? Because the hero is supposed to get what they want at the end, but they have to go through the obstacles to get what they want at the end. And if you look at your own hero's journey, are you still facing the obstacles to get what you want at the end, or did you get what you want at the end? Do you know what you want at the end? That's why. Fuck the name Tyler Perry and all of that stuff. Those are just the catalysts. We're just the writers. We're just the messengers. We are the lowly vessels of the muse. That is a true statement. We are the lowly vessels of the muse. So when you create anything as an artist and someone is taking what you're taking and taking it to heart and taking it personal, you need to understand that that's their own internal shit. That's not you. That's how they're perceiving the artwork from within themselves. That doesn't have nothing to do with you. Some people did not like it because they can't watch videos of black males being lynched. They can't watch videos of people being lynched. Some of them can't even watch anything where there's for colors and white only. Some people can't even watch movies like that. They're tired of those movies. And that's their choice, because there are people that still like watching it, because you know why? It's about the story. How are we going to tell this love story? Because it's a romance. But people who watch certain genres, they come back to that genre for a reason. The horror person goes sit down in the audience to go to the theater to watch the horror for a reason. The person who likes fantasy watch fantasy for a reason. They're going to keep coming back. Even though anime is animation, that it just has its different genres, but you go back for a reason. Some people prefer to watch anime. I like the writing. That's why I like anime. I think that anime has excellent writing. Okay. Now, something else I wanted to bring up. Let me see what I want to bring up. I need to get some water. That's what I do need to do. Judging a book by its cover is judging the character. You don't have to even judge it. Just look at the character. I had someone in my life where I constantly was in and out of their life. I kind of dealt with them, but I didn't deal with them. But then I dealt with them, I didn't deal with them. Then I would block them and I would come back. It was a mess. But why did I keep doing this? 1 second, headphone user. Why did I keep on doing this? I couldn't tell you now, at this age of my life, I couldn't tell you why, if I was listening to other people or what reason I kept coming around with this person. But this person definitely was a lesson in my life. Definitely a big lesson, and actually a catalyst. That's what they were. They were a catalyst. All right, y'all back. Okay, not that long. So this person definitely was a catalyst in my life, right? And there's many things that they were a catalyst for. And I still ended up in my life from young to now doing the very thing that I love and being into the very thing that I have always loved to do, right? And that's what movies are here to give you, right? Because I'm going to show y'all another one because these are like all the classic joints. So I actually did a presentation, the symbolism and stuff on this one. I actually advise, I would like all of you to check that one out because I didn't even finish it, but oh shit, but I did an excellent job. Okay. So we all know this movie. Now, I can't make it bigger. It won't let me. Let me try. This is a classic movie. This is the original cover, right? Okay, good. That cannot be duplicated. Nobody wants to touch Love Jones. All right? Nobody wants to touch this movie. And that is because the writer did an incredible motherfucking job, okay? All right? Get together, fall apart, and start over. So that's telling you that right there. But I want you to notice the difference in Love Jones from the Jasmine's Blues and the Notebook. They are kissing lip to lip. They are connected. There is love here. But this muse, this love, and they have the same outfit on. Peep that too. They have the same outfit on. And they're eye to eye. No one's taller, no one's shorter. Because she was the catalyst of him completing that book. And what did he call her? Gypsy Eyes. She became the motivation. She was the one that moved him. She came on the stage with paper, right? And read a poem when she was looking for him, remember? Because that's what he did with her. He read a paper. He read a poem, but he embarrassed her. He embarrassed her because he had a lot of growing up to do, and she forced him to grow up. And she was in between another guy named Marcus. Mark, you get it? The Mark, the X marks the spot, the interruption, the antagonist of the thing. And she ended up leaving for her dreams to go to New York so he can go follow his. Why do we have these type of stories? Because everyone seeks to be stung into self-realization. Human beings seek pain. Human beings seek pain to get to the catalyst of what they really want in their life. Human beings seek heartbreak to be the motivation for them to have the reason to say, this is what made me do such and such and such and such, when it was already who you were. That person was just the catalyst. You just made this character in front of you be the reason to say, this is why I did what. But it was already who you were, if you can accept that reality about yourself. And another thing, people seek to be stung into self-realization through betrayal, through being lied to. There's a lot of people that like being lied to, whether they don't want to admit that or not. Oh shit, my phone. People seek to be betrayed. Everything is always in your face, just like a movie. Everything is always in their face. Everything was in his face. Everything was in her face when she asked about Lisa. Matter of fact, she saw him and Lisa at the library, and then she saw Lisa's number on the goddamn thing. And though there was nothing really going on between him and Lisa, that was the catalyst for her to get up and get her ass up to New York and have her career that she truly wanted and move on. And then she came back when she was ready. Human behavior, human character. Bella, you scared the shit out of me. Girl, get off this window. What the damn wind start blowing your ass away. I was like, what is that? And then what drives character? What drives you? There are things I've done, and I knew what I was doing when I did the dumb shit that I did. Because after I did it, I didn't give a fuck no more. And I had a woman ask me, how the fuck do you do that? And I could not explain it. But now I can tell you the reason why I didn't give a fuck is because it wasn't a part of my journey. It wasn't a part of my path, and it wasn't a part of my goal of what I was trying to achieve in my life. My heavy heart was trying to prove to myself that I can feel something. My heavy heart was trying to prove that I love something. Because it still came back to me. Because then I had a person say, I've never seen you cry. I've never seen you break down and cry. I've never seen you just sniffle and just break down and cry. You just don't cry. And it was like, well, what the fuck do you need to see me cry for? But the reason that was reflected back to me is because I just wanted to feel. I just wanted to know that there was a heart still there with me. But it wasn't about that. It wasn't about love. It wasn't about a relationship. It's exactly what Nina's doing right now. It was about me going after what I have loved since I was a little girl. It was about me going after what I was passionate about the moment I stepped foot on the grounds in New York City. That shit never left me. It never left me. That's why I met all the fashion designers and the artists and the writers and the actors. Got close to being with a music artist, models, because that world was already my world. So many times I saw the Writers Guild of this, the writers this and that. So many times I wanted to write and applied to write for magazines and applied and write for newspapers and stuff. I went hard. And so anything that felt like a distraction on my journey, it was just a part of just wanting to feel something, pain, whatever, betrayal, all this kind of shit. Because it made me feel more. And it sounds crazy. There's the movie. I'll never forget it. It's a writer, an author who has a son and a daughter. And the son is infuriated because he can't write like his sister. And the woman that he wants is like his sister. Therefore, she'll never commit to him. And damn, I wish I could find this movie. And the father said to the son, the reason you can't write is because you never experienced life. The reason your sister is such an excellent writer is because she does shit and she fucks up and she makes mistakes and she gets up again. She's living life. So when you ask yourself, I don't give a fuck much for her, But when you ask yourself, well, why did Nicki Minaj leave the dude that she been with since she was 13 that helped her with her career? Because Nicki Minaj needed a new experience, and her character is showing you by the dude she with now what her character is. Now she being exactly what she is. And I don't, like I said, I don't fuck with Nicki Minaj, but now she being exactly who her character is. Then they go back again to that character. So you want to be stung into self-realization. The human being wants that. The human being wants, she needed to have it achieved for her that she went to New York. If her love would have been successful with him, she would have been angry at herself every time she did not make it for herself and her career, and she would have blamed him. He would have been the blame, because that means he was in the way of her journey that she was on. Because when Marcus left, that was enough for her journey to go on. And so there go her journey still continuing on, because that's what she wanted anyway. Because whether she was with him, something or someone would have still been a catalyst to get her back to New York to have the deal, or wherever she had to go to get that deal. This is the purpose of watching TV. This is why you're looking at a silver screen, everybody. That's the answer. And this is the answer to your own life. Everybody just can't seem to find the answer. Relationships and love, and who's supposed to pay for this and who's supposed to do that. And in relationship, and I'm a good man, I'm a good woman, and I don't understand why. Because you don't understand yourself. You don't understand character of human beings. Do you not realize that relationships and the way people have relationships, there is some codependency that goes there? Do you ever notice people who are not codependent do not have relationships? I started noticing that. Even like I said, even people who are successful in relationships, they don't, like, you don't see their relationship. Their relationship is there, but you don't really see their relationship. And if they have one, it's based off of a purpose together. A lot of people are in relationships with people they don't like because that purpose can help them pay their bills. How pathetic is that? A relationship with people they don't like because the person has a fucking car. How pathetic is that? You see those butterflies on the wall and how distorted they are? They look like one of the skeloscope. That's on the walls for a reason, because she ain't never going to be no butterfly and fly anywhere and do what she wants to do. Never. All of these different things that you see in your movies. Take a movie that pisses you off. Take a movie that pisses you off. What is it about that movie that pisses you off so bad? Talk about it. Then reflect that in your own life, if you can. Take something that I told you, I watched the reviews for Jasmine. And Jasmine Blue. And I sat there and I listened, and I'm here to tell you that a lot of people are stuck on the racism part of it. And low key, a lot of people are very angry at Leanne. But I'm here to tell you, Leanne just represents the character of somebody who's trying to hold on to the truth because they're living such a lie. They're trying to hold on to something that they remember in their life that made them happy. She's no different than Leanne is no different than that person who's damn near 40, 50 years old and they got somebody they've been dealing with from high school, or they go back to that person in high school. That's the character of Leanne. She does not know how to go beyond what she knows. She didn't know how to just take herself and just go to Boston on her own. She didn't even really know how to speak up for herself. Leanne represents a character who knows that she has the privilege to do what she wants to do. Therefore, she's going to do it to get what she wants because she's a little bit of a bully and a little bossy. That's the character of her. So she's going to control and manipulate and do what she wants to do. That's her character. That's the human being character that Leanne is. Whether she light skin or whatever the hell is her character. The character of the mother is fucked up because she looks like a character that subconsciously wanted her daughter to experience what she experienced. Because why would she leave her in the hands of her father when her father was doing what he was doing to her? That's character. Look at the people around you and their behavior. I look at the person who I once called bestie. I look at her character and I go, that person was really fucked up. That person was really fucked up. And this has been their character for a very long time. And I looked at her character because I listened to what the other people in her life had to say about her character. That's what it is. But see, it goes into the thing of you reap what you sow, right? So when you see people and they have certain experiences and situations happening in life and you just go, and then you get to know that person and you find out why. So many people said it was so hard for them to be on Leanne's side. They said it was so hard. They said they was trying to be on her side because of what happened to her, but it was so hard for them to be on her side. It's the character of the person. It don't matter if somebody be like, oh, I was sexually abused, I was molested, I was raped, I was violated. It doesn't matter if they tell you that. What is their character? And how do you even know they're telling you the truth? See, that's another thing. See, that's the real dark side of it. How you know that they telling you the truth? Someone say, well, I used to get beat and this, that, and the third. How you know they telling you the truth? Anybody can be anything they want to be. Anybody can be what they want to be. But how do you know they are what they say they are? Even if you live next door to somebody and you've been somebody's neighbor, you still cannot really know that person. This is some dark shit, bro. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. There's some shit to think about. This is some real deep shit to motherfucking think about in life. And this is what gets people fucked up out here. This is why people manipulate so much. I really get it. This is why people manipulate so much. They have to manipulate to hide their own insecurities. They have to manipulate to hide how weak, how insecure they are, how much they probably cannot do no self-reflection, how much they don't like themselves. This is why we have so much manipulation. And it comes to a level of intelligence. You know, that person you talk to and they gotta say something slick and they gotta say something like, and you just be like, are you just slow? Are you stupid? Do you not know how to follow along a conversation? Okay, I don't want to talk to you. You stupid. Because they don't know how. Because this is all the same thing with dialogue in the movie. Somebody wants something from somebody. I bet you're not going to listen to conversations the same anymore, are you? Ever wonder when someone's talking about something and you respond to it and they look at you crazy because you may have realized that they was talking about you? Something in your spirit knew they was talking about you. Are you like, these things are not an accident. So every time you're looking at a very good ass film, you're looking at repetition, great storytelling, good ass film and directing on that silver screen. I know a lot of people delusional just like this motherfucking Bayou. I know a lot of people right now in relationships and they really believe that the person they with love them and they do not. It's convenience. They're with them for convenience. They with them because they got a lot to lose if they were to leave them. I know a lot of people like that. And some of you do too. And see, what gets distracting is you see that this is like 1937, 1947. He got lynched. You see that this clearly looks like somebody that's white mixed looking girl, and then you see this black man. You get distracted. You get so distracted by the characters, the actors, and then you find out where her zodiac sign is, because that's really what it's about. You know, you find out her zodiac sign is, but sometimes people already have zodiac signs when they're already acting. Like the actor will have, the person who's playing the character will already have a zodiac sign, as opposed to who the actor's zodiac sign is. For like the Shy, Kevin is in real life a Cancer. His zodiac sign as the character is a Virgo. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So getting back to what I was saying, you get wrapped up in all of that, that you miss the major point of the storytelling. I'm trying not to get copyright because I really want to show y'all something. I'm trying not to get copyright. Okay. Okay. And Tyler Perry claimed that it took him 27 years or whatever to get to the point of completing this movie. Okay. I'm going and show clips. Let me put my disclaimer on so we don't have no problems here. Let me go ahead. Where it go? All right, let me put my disclaimer on. And I'm talking a lot today. What the fuck? All right, so look. There goes that kiss I was telling you about, but I can just go ahead and flip it around. As you can see, look at that beautiful ass lavender. Why do you think it's lavender there? Lavender represents being calm. Lavender represents being healing. Lavender is also, it's also associated with love. Very much associated with love. Notice that she's never looking at him. This is his daddy. Short, dark-skinned, evil motherfucker. Okay? Short, dark-skinned, evil motherfucker. But see, once again, you cannot get caught up with that. That's for a reason. He's dark-skinned because it represents his character is dark from the story. That's why you have dark-skinned people in the story. Either his character is going to be dark or his character is going to speak from the depths or speak from the truth, just like Sissy did, because Sissy was also dark-skinned. They go to father and they go to brother that he admires because this is what the father wished he looked like. This is why he loved that brother, right? Again, you cannot, this is character. This is an insecure, self-hating character, abusive character, right? But people get caught up in looks, and I get it, okay? Okay, 1 second. This is him. This is her hiding. And this is the house that he walked onto. You see the roosters? Oh, I didn't catch that. You see the roosters? Remember she said, my rooster didn't lay no eggs in my basket. That's what the song said. And this right here is the grandfather. Notice that the lights are black. The wood looks kind of old and run down, and he just looks horrible. He don't look like he even bathed, right? Character. So here we go. The tree, all of that. But see, if you get caught up with the time and the time period and the cars and art, I mean, it looks beautiful out here. And all of these things, you're going to miss the bigger message in the movie. That black car being there has a purpose. Why is that black car there? Because this is the same car that you're going to see again. This character is someone you're going to see again. This tree is a character you're going to see again. You see all this, what's that, hay and all that stuff? That's for a reason that all that hay is out there. That lavender was out there for a reason. This character is like, nope. If you do this, I'm going to have you killed. So that's the universe saying, stay away. But the ego, see, this character is going to do anything in its power to get back to her in this black car. Get back to her. Okay? I'm sorry. I can't do anything. Come back. Still got the letters. Still got the paper airplanes. See that scene? She get married. You can see from her marriage that she ain't even there. Look at her looking off. See, this is also telling you in your own life to watch people, watch their body language, watch how they move. See, he heard him singing. Kill you was something that was said to him throughout the entire show, throughout the entire movie. They're going to kill you. You're going to get him killed. You're going to get killed. Telling us that he pretty much was going to die. We knew he was going to die. At the Capitol. Look at what his life turned into without her. But he had that heavy heart because he had what? He had his brother right there by his side on that motherfucking stuff, shooting that goddamn, heroin, girl. The brother was on heroin and the father got the brother on heroin. Because the father, that's symbolic of the father passing down his own wounds to his child. Because he probably was jealous of his own son, being that he light-skinned and all that stuff. So that's a jealousy character. True love will guide you home. But you got to pay attention to what that's saying. What did I tell y'all the one true love is in life? What's the one true love that I have been telling you for the longest in your life? Yourself. Yourself. Love is to be given to yourself. And that's your character. You love yourself. Because see what happens when you love yourself. I know it took me damn near 2 hours and 39 minutes to say it because I had to walk you to it. When you love yourself, there's so many no's that you can say and so many yeses that you will say too. When you truly love yourself, you don't let nothing get in your way. See, if he had self-love, the moment, if the story went like this, if his character went up there to Chicago and saw the beautiful women and the happiness and the joy and the opportunity he had as a colored man in that big old city, he would have forgot about Leanne. He would have said, that bitch is married. I ain't interested. Ada. But let me tell you something. This is what stories are about. The reason that he has to come back to her is because the way it started is how it's going to end. But unfortunately, we know it doesn't end well. But how it started is how it ended, because it did. He started at that tree and he died at that tree. So now he's at that tree waiting for Leanne. Or he's gathered back at that tree again with her, but technically he's not. And there she is, covering her mouth and crying and crying. Because this has been the story of Leanne's life. But he didn't pay attention to that character. So, have you looked around the characters in your life? Have you really looked at the characters in your life? If you got somebody that's an auntie that don't like you, that's her character. You have a family member who have violated you, that's their character. You don't let that ever leave you. That's their character. No matter what voice they put on, whatever sorry they try to say, their character is their character. And you don't let that leave you. And when you accept people's character, that is the very thing that helps you move on in your life. I promise you. You'll be like, that's the character of this person. Okay. And from the character of this person, this is the type of bullshit that I see with this character. This character has said a lot of slick shit. And I don't even fuck with this person. And they always got some slick ass shit to say. That's their character. So what do you do when you see people's character? You move accordingly. That's what you do. You move accordingly. Hold on, which one am I showing y'all? How do you move accordingly? You just don't fuck with them like that. Or you don't fuck with them at all. And you can fuck with somebody without fucking with them unless they bring you to the point to say, I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. And that's what he should have did. Because his frequency was actually raising above hers. And he should have been like, I don't fuck with you. What you coming over here for? I don't fuck with you, bitch. Leave before I fucking call the cops on your ass or something. Like, get the fuck out of here. Or played the game and went on. But let me explain, was the closure that he needed, and her saying she loved him, whether she meant it or not, we don't know. Yeah. How is this love, baby? Look at this person's character. They sneaking and creeping and hiding and shit. She could have just gone back around because she wanted dick when she couldn't get the dick she wanted from you, because she didn't want you to know that what you already knew. See what I'm talking about with character? See how tricky people can be. That's how tricky people can be. And see, again, I'm not going to come out of it. I'm gonna order this pizza and see if they're gonna still come. I'm not gonna come out of it. And I know we are looking beyond the people. And we are looking at the character, and we're looking at a lot of what these people are in this storyline and what the character is. So I'm not pulling out of that. But this is how storytelling happens. This is what a dramatist is. Knows how to bring the drama. So even when you think something is stupid, you have to look at that character. See, we know in Dumb and Dumber, we're getting Dumb and Dumber. But we don't know that we're getting Dumb and Dumber in this movie. This is Dumb and Dumber. Nobody wants to talk about that. This movie is Dumb and Dumber. Well, people be dumb for love, though. People be dumb as fuck for love, man. You done got threw around all kind of shit getting him out the way. Even Cincy was like, man, they call that bitch Bucket. Because her mama threw her away in a bucket. Ha, 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 ha. Nigga, you want to fuck with a bitch named Bucket? He don't even know he fucking with a bitch. He don't even know he fucking with a bitch named Bucket. But you want to fuck with this bitch named Bucket. Because you know why? Because you relate to how she feels and the pain. And when you saw her father violate her, it was the same way that your father violated you. And if the story kept going, and if your mama wasn't there, that's probably how he would have violated you. But knowing your mama, she would have took you with her. She would have took both of y'all with her. Character. Even Hattie Mae, that's his mama, was letting this bitch know, bitch, you stupid and you selfish and you ruining everybody's life because of your character. If you love him, let him go. That's what she said. Leave him alone. If you love this man like you say you do, leave this man alone. And mama was right. Mama was absolutely right. But was she listening? Do you think she was listening? No. Because she was driven by what she thought was love, by what she think is love, by what she perceives as love. How the fuck does she know what love is when she was violated by her own grandfather? And who knows who else violated that girl in that house? Even though it was just him. The same one that her mama dropped her off to. How does she know? Character. It builds your character. It's the same thing with myself. I was a stepchild. My father, I get along great with my biological father. I get along great with my biological father. Okay? So I associate true love in my life with myself. I associate true love with having my children have the success that they want in their life. That's what I associate true love with. See how it goes? I'm going to tell this story again. I had an ex, someone who's a good friend of mine now. I said, can you see your life without me? They said, no, I can't see my life without you. But I know you want commitment, and I know you want this, and I know you want that. And I was like, nah, I'm good. Right? It's like, nah, I'm good. I don't need that. Just knowing that you can't see my life, you can't see your life without me, and I can't see my life without you is just enough. Just enough to know that I have you as a friend in my life. That's good. I'm good on that. And so this person was like, hey, I am fine with that. I was like, hey, I'm fine with that. That was the beginning of having things completed in my life. Okay? That was the beginning of having things understood a lot more in my life. Because I sat here and I said, if I sit here, right? This is what I said. If I sit here and I hold on to all of these things that I can't hold on to, life is just going to weigh me down. If I sit here and get upset and get mad at the choices that I'm making in my life, the people that I keep making mistakes with, if I keep beating myself, I'm not going to go nowhere in life. And I mean it. I'm not going to go nowhere in life. If I keep being in my ego about what this life is and why I keep making mistakes and I fail and all of this, I'm not going to be able to move on in my life. And then that's when I said, what am I moving on to? What am I walking towards? What am I aiming for? And the moment I had that memory, like, oh shit, yes, that's all it wrote. That's all she wrote. Nothing else mattered. When I say nothing else mattered, Whatever needs to happen in my personal world, it happens. Bills get paid, all of that happens. But I need you to understand when I say nothing else matters. Because even when I pay a bill, it's motivated by what I want to do. Whatever bill I pay, between gas, light, water, whatever, all of that motivates what I'm aiming towards in my life. And as I keep that motivation, if they don't call me, then it is what it is. Because I just ordered some pizza during the storm, honey. Okay, I don't give a shit. That's what motivates it all, to pay the rent, pay the bills, keep the job, do this, aim to get this, aim to get that, because everything revolves around that ultimate goal that I'm working for, that I've been doing. The things I procrastinate, I start realizing if I procrastinate, this is what I'm procrastinating. If I don't get this done, it means I'm not going to get this done. If I don't do this, that means I'm not doing this. All of it came, juxtaposed with other things. And so the motivation goes stronger. But even if days I'm laying down and I'm relaxing, it don't mean shit not going to get done. It's going to get done. It's going to get done. And when I say it's going to get done, it gets done. This is what I do. Checking on my homie. Like, yo, you all right? You all right? Okay. Now, damn, I just noticed Hattie Mae got on blue. I'm going to say this. The hell is that? Who's right there? Y'all heard that? I'm going to keep it here. Ask yourself, anybody that you talking to right now, they mean to be so loud. Anybody in your life that you talking to right now, okay? And I mean that you are dating, they're in your DM, you're in their DM, maybe y'all go out together. It don't matter. I need you to ask yourself, why? I need you to ask yourself why. Why am I talking to this person? What purpose does this person hold in my life right now? What do they benefit for me? And why does that benefit me? Is it comfort? Are they funny? We just have a good time? You like to laugh? Maybe they're just a Starbucks buddy, or workout buddy, whatever. What purpose does this person hold being in your inbox? Don't be afraid to say to people, what do you want? It sounds rude, but it's not rude. It's the same thing with storytelling. When somebody's in somebody's face, they want something. He wants something when he's talking to her. She wants something when she's talking to him, and vice versa, whoever. You want something when you come here to listen to my show. And when I get on this microphone, I want something by fucking just talking to you right now, whoever you is. Right? Everything holds a purpose. So whoever you're talking to right now, what purpose do they hold in your life? Why are you talking to them? And do they align with what you want to do with your life? Those of you that want family and kids, that shit is easy. Y'all good. Y'all can have that easy. Y'all can, that ain't shit. Y'all can have that. But for those of us that are on the path of being a goddamn artist, that path ain't easy. A lot of us feel cursed as artists because when it comes to matters of the heart, that shit ain't easy. It ain't easy for us to find people like ourselves as creatives and artists. That path ain't easy. Y'all who want love, marriage, family, and all that shit, y'all can have it. Y'all can go marry somebody in prison. Y'all good. But ask yourself right now, why are you communicating, talking with somebody in your life who you are communicating and talking to right now? I could tell you for every reason why I communicate and talk to the people in my life I talk to. I can tell you what purpose everybody in my life holds, even my own brother. I can tell you, my own sister. Everybody has a purpose and a benefit for me in my life. That's not narcissism. They say that narcissists only want to hang around people better than them or people they benefit from. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you think storytelling is showing you? She benefited from him and he benefited from her. He benefited from her to write the songs and sing and be what he was. She benefited him because he brought a nostalgic part of her life back that she misses. Even though she met a man at the library, she did not meet him at the library. She did not meet Bayou at the library. She met Jonathan, which is Bayou's Horace, his name is Horace John Boyd, which John is his middle name, but Jonathan is not the John that she met by the tree. So you got to look at your life. Who was it that you met at that tree when you first fell in love and you trying to get back to that tree? Who is it that is your Bayou? Because you want to, what's that? I want to be loved by you. Isn't that song? I want to be loved by you. That's a song that's actually from like the 40s and 50s. I think, is that the Temptation? I want to be loved by you. So who is it that you want to still be loved by at that tree? See, when you look at people in your real life, right? And you go, bitch, you mean to tell me you got married, you had 2 sons? You mean to tell me that this husband died and then you ran and then your high school sweetheart knocked at your door and y'all married? Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Bitch, you talking to a storyteller. You talking to a writer. Romance is my genre. Bitch, you got me fucked up. You always loved that person. Your heart always had it out for that person. The woman he got pregnant, he had to marry because that's the dumbass times that y'all came from. And that's why you still was going to be with him, even if he still had this wife and they weren't fully divorced until he was your wife. See, that's what I'm telling you, this is somebody in my real life that I don't fuck with. But that's her love story with who she with right now. And guess what? He ain't shit compared to the stepfather's goddamn father. At least she was more creative and artistic and she painted and she did shit. She don't do shit with this nigga but complain and be miserable. Like his ass is. He don't even look happy with her. So this is character. This is human beings. This is what they do. Remember Titanic? Remember that old bitch, that motherfucking sat there? She went back to the Titanic to open her arms again and shit. And threw the damn shit down in the water. Remember that? All after Jack died for her dumb ass. Y'all remember that? Jack died for this bitch. Jack died for this bitch, y'all. And then she had a nerve to go back to that one scene we all love, because I can't do it over here on this one because I'm on Google now. I don't have no audio on my screen share, y'all. Took us back to this scene again with her as the old bitch. Show y'all that. Without him spreading out her goddamn arms. Remembering him. So even when you sit here and you look at shit and y'all roast it and y'all say it's fucked up, because this is the same story as the Jazzman Blues. This is the same fucking story as the Love Jones. This is the same story as the Notebook. No matter how you slice the pie, it's the same motherfucking story. Because human beings' character is to go back to their first love. So what is the thing that is your first love? My first love is not a person. Okay? My first love is a pen and a piece of paper. My first love was pen, a piece of paper, and music and storytelling. That was my first love. Sketching inside of a book. I can cry talking about it. That was my first love. And I still kept going back to my first love between child 1 to 3. Because I had my last child at 29 years old, never had any children since. Because I'm smart. And kept going back to my first love. And the only reason why children got here is because of depression. Is because of me not on the path of what I love to do. Because otherwise they wouldn't have been here. My babies would have been my work and what I love to do. And I don't care how nobody takes that. Only creatives and artists can understand what I'm talking about. The rest of you can go kick rocks with no socks. And I'm not trying to be cruel or being cruel, but it is what it is. If you're oversensitive over people who tell the truth about having children, then this is not the place for you to be. But as I stated here, this also, these characters, when you take the people out, it also symbolizes caste systems, belief systems. You are, especially for those of us that come from the concrete jungles, the big cities and all of that, especially the northeastern cities or the California cities, those of us that come from these big cities. We are faced constantly on a consistent basis with a caste system. We are faced constantly on a consistent basis of knowing you motherfuckers are poor and we rich. And you middle class people, y'all got enough to feel rich, but y'all ain't never gonna be rich. Y'all ain't never gonna be what we is. Y'all can dress like it, Y'all can try to work jobs at the Louis Vuitton and Gucci's and the J. Crew and all in the Banana Republics and all of that. You can do it. You can go ahead and try to get close to it, but you ain't got the capacity to put the work in to have what we have. You ain't got the generational. Your generation is so fucked up that you can't get to it. That's what we have to see as people who live in concrete jungles. So that's another see, you see how life, the perception goes on and on and on and on. You could take people out and just see situations in life and just turn it into a character and personify it. Okay. Let's look at the cover of Titanic. Again, I'm on Google. I'm not on the other one I was on. So I can't enlarge the picture. That shit crazy. Notice again in the image. I think I could do it. Hold on. Here we go. Notice the split, the black and the white, right? So we're dealing with the yin and yang. That's why she's going up this way. That's why he's going down towards that way. The yin and yang, which is actually one, right? Showing that there was a connection here between them. But she's looking this way and he's looking down this way, because that's showing you that this is the caste system. He's down and she's up, and she's not looking at him. They're not looking at each other. There's a distance that's there in this movie that you're about to watch. Let me check on my pizza. Did the order go through? They don't got nothing for me. I don't got no notifications or nothing for my pizza girl. You think they gonna come? I got my number. I don't know if they gonna come. Let me see. So, like, I really dead ass don't got no notification for this pizza. I'm like, maybe they not gonna come. And I did put cash, so let me see something. I'll be back. No, I have to do. I'm gonna have to go back. Let me see. Not gonna work. I do not see nothing, girl. And my shit not even crowded. I'm like, the 2nd. That's Friday. That's Monday. Okay. Here we go. Getting back to this cover. My bad. I got distracted. I'm trying to see if this pizza is going to come. I don't even see a notification about the pizza, y'all. Usually I have a notification. No noti or nothing. All right. So we got, once again, I'm getting focused here. Don't leave. Showing you, what the fuck this say? You can see the Titanic is sinking. And you can see this. And when you look at it, you can see that this ain't gonna last, basically. Nothing on earth would come between them. This is the same goddamn story of the Jazzman's Blues. This is the same story of The Notebook. Nothing on earth would come between them. How many people, their whole life has been dedicated, their character has been dedicated to keeping a fucking marriage and keeping them together. That's their character. Their character. And why is it this older woman, right? Why was she attract that one day she turned on her TV, her old ass on her TV, and somebody's looking at the Titanic, and motherfucking she be like, that woman in that picture is me. And then she began to tell a whole goddamn story. I'm gonna tell you why. Because her ass never let the children go. Her ass never let the shit go. She never let go of Jack. So she had to tell this story again. Here we go with the black and white again. Remember I said the white is always symbolic of, if you look at him, he almost has the same clothes as the Jasmine. Remember the Jasmine advertisement with the overalls, and that's supposed to be like a poverty looking shit. But he has this white and stuff on. I see that it's like the green or something, but this is supposed to be representative of nudity, and it looks like they're wet. So this is going to make you cry. This is your tears. Whenever you see water, whenever you see rain, you're going to cry. What the fuck is that? You're going to cry. Here we go again with symbolism. This person that you like, how do they hug you? How do they look at you? What's their character? What do they talk about? What questions do you ask, and what do they do? The person that jokes around? Remember, comedy and drama, comedy and tragedy is one. What do they clown around about a lot? You see, I get now why these people who dissect videos and their level of intelligence can be like, why, this is evil, and this is this and this and that, because they are not meant to be a part of the theater world of storytelling. They don't understand the purpose of why stories are told. That's why. They don't get that storytelling as a writer is all symbols. When you are behind the typewriter, that is a symbol that you are putting together, and these symbols are making words and sentences and letters. These symbols are the letters and numbers and words and descriptions and sentences, paragraphs, pages. You're taking symbols to create something on a silver screen. And then it's other things. It's the people who do the props, because most of the time when you tell a storytelling, you have props set up too. People who's doing the props, people who's practicing their dialogue and the importance of the dialogue, because the person who's the actor understands that they're just a vessel to just keep telling the story, that I am just telling the story. These people don't get that. This is why a part of this is a secret society. This is why people go Illuminati and this, that, and the third, because they don't understand the true artistry of being a dramatist and telling stories. They don't have the capacity to self-reflect storytelling in their own life. They don't understand the curtain opening and the curtain closing. What did Jay-Z say? Grand opening and grand closing. The show is over. I performed. I did my part. I bowed down. The show is over. This story that's being told has been a story being told 1,000,000 times before. Because as long as human beings are on this planet, this story is going to keep being told. But notice in this picture, she's still not looking at him directly. You better pay attention to that. Do you have somebody you talk to that never look you in your face when you talk to them? Do you find yourself talking to people and you don't look at them? I have a terrible, terrible thing with myself that I do that, where I talk to people and I don't even look at them. I just be talking and walking and talking and walking, the walk talk as they call it. This is people from the concrete jungle seeing these people, because that's another thing too about living in the concrete jungle. You do get to see celebrities a lot. Depending on where you at, you can probably see a celebrity every day when you frequent that place. You might even get to talk to them, depending who you are. Like I told you, I know an African woman that walked dogs and she saw Beyonce and Jay-Z a few times. I said, where the fuck you seen them at? She was like, da 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 on Manhattan, on this street, on this block. And they always was walking there. I couldn't believe it myself. I just looked and I just saw that there was them. And I was like, oh shit. Like, I always wonder why I never spotted them. Like, those are the two main people I'd be like, how the hell I've been in New York City all this time and I've never spotted Jay-Z or Beyonce, but a lot of people have, everybody else has, right? So this to me in this picture right here is like, are we even looking at this tab? This image right here to me says, I need to put it back on the other one. This is people, the human, the characteristics of loving all that name brand shit just to be close to it. It's so funny that people be like, they got so much shit to say about celebrities and I don't care about them and they don't make me no money, but then these be the same motherfuckers that want to wear the name brand shit. Girl, I don't think I'm getting my pizza. I don't even know if they open. They about to have this storm, honey. Hold on, y'all. It says it's open. I think I gotta make a quick call, y'all. I might have to mute y'all. I gotta make a quick call. Like, hey, yo, I just ordered some pizza. Is it coming or nah? I gotta move anyway. Okay, perfect, right on time. I wanted to buy my damn trash. That's what the fuck I want to do. I got enough rest this whole goddamn week. I made sure my phone was charged just in case any storm or anything fucking come. I do want my pizza. I should have ordered pizza yesterday. I would have had that bitch today, but I want it now. 97%. The fuck? Oh, because of the, it's not plugged in. Oh, so I'm not trying to drag this. I'm really not. What these people miss is that everything holds a purpose. Everything holds a purpose. And therefore, you have to, once again, like I said, live in purpose or live on purpose. See, a lot of these people, I have to bring it here. Let me take this down for a minute. You have everybody out here who voted for what y'all call an orange man, right? I voted for that. And y'all, and I mean to the ones who voted, y'all who he told y'all to your face, I am going to deport. I am going to build migrant camps. He double talked and he said, I'm going to get all these criminals out of here. And you didn't question his double talking. You just assumed that his double talking was talking about the criminals, but you didn't pay attention that he was saying all immigrants are criminals. And then what you missed, you didn't pay attention to everything that he spewed out that was pure, to me, hatred. Then you miss Project 2025, where some people said, I didn't see nothing wrong with Project 2025. There's people that said that. When he lied and said, I don't have nothing to do with that, and Project 25 is just a bunch of this, that, the third, and you don't have nothing to do with it. You never read it, but you just said what's in it. You never paid attention to all of this stuff that he was double talking in everybody's face. And the thing is, after it all happened, the people who he did what he said he was going to do have the audacity to not look in the mirror, but look at another race of people and say, you didn't help us, right? They said, you didn't help us, but we helped you. And we did that. And the more that they're getting attacked for what they voted for, they're like, you are not helping us, right? But they don't realize that their nasty, conniving, manipulative character is showing. Am I not right? And so through all that nasty, manipulative character that's showing, it's getting worse for them. Anyone noticing that? Because they're not self-reflecting. Who should they really be angry at, y'all? They should be angry at the country that they come from, right? They should be angry at the fact that you had to pick your life up from another country and come here. You didn't come here on a visa to go to school. You didn't come here with a purpose. You come here because you had to. You see? Anybody that came here on a purpose, those people, they got their paperwork together. They good. If their visa is up, they bounce. They get their shit together and they leave. Those are them people. And then there was a group of people that fought for themselves. The Haitians, they fought for themselves. They like, fuck it. Y'all all don't like us, so we gonna fight for ourselves. But not once did these people who voted for this man go back home where they came from, or go back home to their own parents who didn't get their paperwork together and confront that. They're confronting the people who naturally from here. And even if we got family from the Caribbean and other places, we're naturally from here. But why are you attacking them? That's crazy. You're what you have not since you got here. Do you see what I'm talking about? This is all what this stuff is symbolic of. The stupid shit. It's all stupid. Just like that bestie. She was really attacking me. And I'm like, I'm not the problem here. You got to go back home, love. That's your problem. It ain't me. I ain't exist. And that's what happens. Because all of this is a part of people's character. When I listened to those divestors talk, after the time of listening to them, I said, these people don't know life. These people don't know people. These people's character is just angry and full of hate and nonsense. There is no logics behind divestors. There's none. What happens when one of your children come out dark? One of them admitted that one of their children's dark. So how are you treating that child? It's so many questions that we got, right? But that's what the silver screen is showing everybody. Because was not that mother technically in the Jasmine Blues? Was she not technically a divested Black woman? Just a light-skinned one? It didn't matter if she was light-skinned or not. That's a divested Black woman. And she went off and was like, you're going to be with a rich white man. Isn't that what the divestors be talking about? Do you see how we can all take character and put things in place of a character? That mean short, dark-skinned father, from my own perspective and experience with short, dark-skinned people, I can say, yeah, that's how they are. And yeah, I don't give a damn how he ended his life. Oh, well, that's how miserable they are because of my own personal experience. But it didn't matter the character. It didn't matter what the person looked like. It was the character of the father that was the problem. The character. Character, y'all. And I bet if you look at your personal life right now, and I'm serious, if you was to look at your personal life right now, and you looked around at the people around you and their character, okay? If you looked around at your own character, that's where the self-reflection begins. No matter what I talk about, because I'm talking a lot today, right? I promise you one thing about me. No matter what I talk about, it always comes back to the self. No matter what I say, always comes back to the self. No matter what story I tell, always come back to myself. And there's nothing wrong with being that way. Because that's how you live on purpose. There is a chick, she might come rear her head sometime on my show, right? Uh-oh, am I still here? Okay. She might come rear her head on my show. And she got a story to tell. Okay, everybody in her family sexually violated her on her dad's side. Her dad's a pastor who did some kind of magic on her auntie, all kind of shit. And when I hear this person, because they be rearing their head sometime in here, I'm like, her character is abuse. Her character is control. Her character is manipulation. Because who in the hell goes through all of this and just goes online and blabs about it? This is her character. That's how I think. And then when someone tries to have a very logical conversation with this person, her character gets very nasty. I mean, nasty. That's her character. So you don't look past that with people, Okay? Never, never, ever, 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 ever look past that with anybody. It does not matter if a divester is getting on a mic and they're like monkey, apes, gorillas, N word with a hard R. That's their character. So even though they are spewing something else about another character, which would be the black male, their character is that they are a very, very angry motherfucking person. And they're so angry that they'll be willing to be in an abusive relationship and never tell, just so nobody black will ever know that they were wrong about what they said. That's the character that I see. The character I get from them is, my life is successful because I am married to a man of another race, and my life is better than yours because I'm with the man and you chose to be with the woman because of your heartache with the man. That's their character. So what does that mean? They're competitive women. That's why their panels don't fucking last. And you can sit back and watch and be like, because of this person's character, that person ain't going to be there too long. And I remember one time I was in the chat and someone came on the chat room and they was like, oh yeah, this person that they talking to, they ain't going to be there long. You know, they was just like, they ain't going to be there long. They're going to just get replaced, or they're going to get betrayed or turned on to like the other person did. And I said, well, that would come across the screen because I'm here. That would be something that I see because it was something I was asking. So I got my answer. Okay. And so this happens. So this happens, right? I sat back and I watched and I listened. You know what? I said, these women are not happy. They can claim that they are. They can have all these material things or whatever. These are nasty people. And they work in the medical field, so they're very even more disgusting, right? And this is what I see. But see, that's because I'm looking at their character. Because here's the thing. When I sat here and what was I doing? I listened to other people try to talk to them, right? I listened to other people try to make a reason. What's her name? Elena. What was the mother's name? Elena? Ethel. The mother Ethel, who is this white passing black woman with this white passing black daughter, right? That she more than likely probably threw away in a bucket to her father because she thought she was going to be dark skinned, but she didn't come out that way. Or she probably, like you see, she grabbed her up because she needed the man she was with didn't leave her with nothing. The man named George didn't leave her with nothing. What it shows me is that this is the illogical mind of the divested black woman. That's another character that I could see, because I've had this conversation. I was like, well, what happens when the divested black woman has a son that comes out dark? We all know she wants a son with her non-black husband, but she wants him to look like him. So what happens when he looks like her? She can probably cope with her daughter looking like her. She probably would rather that. But how is she going to cope with the son looking like her?
because you're this divested black woman, but here you have this black boy in you. Do you understand the logics behind it all? And this is the same thing that happened with her when she decided to have this baby by you, and was concerned about the baby getting darker. So if the baby was dark, she was gonna leave the day with it was still stupid. What you gonna do? You gonna leave the baby with her and make up a story about the baby dying or something, or you lost the baby, or something happened to the baby? What was you gonna do? Where was the baby gonna be at? That's crazy. And so even the character, that's the character of these people. And then you wonder why. You'd be like, well, I went back there and I thought that I was talking to intelligent people, but when I started talking to them, they got attitudes and this, that, and that, because you never were. You were not paying attention to the character. How can somebody talking and acting like that be an intelligent fucking person? How? I mean, I'm sure if somebody study enough, they can spit back to you medical information or whatever knowledgeable shit that they took themselves to school for to learn. Okay, but what the fuck does that define intelligence? If you can have knowledge, doesn't mean you have intelligence. This is what I'm trying to fucking tell you. I'm still here, y'all. I had to take a breather. Look, people, I feel like I have the answer to, I have to laugh as I say this. I have the answer to a lot of why people have the problems that they have, whether it be a relationship, whether it be a decision in their life, whether it be them striving for something, but they can't get to it. I feel like I really have the answer to that. I feel like I have the answer to, I can't believe I'm talking this long. I feel like I just really have the answer to understanding, like, if you just sit back with yourself, if you just look and face the truth of what you see, if you can just do that, your problems will be solved. But then how do you do that if you're not self-reflective? That's the fucking problem. If you don't have the capacity to go inside yourself or look in a mirror, you are not going to be able to find these answers for yourself. That's just the whole shebang of it all. And then there's things you have to analyze for your own mind. I'm telling you, for your own mind. If you realize, like, what is important about being married? Like, why does everybody make marriage this thing that we should all have? And then that point of view, asking that question and then researching it is going to be your answer. Why every time I go out, somebody always want to know if you're married and kids, and this is so annoying, because that's where their mind is at. It's annoying. I'm serious, y'all. At work, I have to be a character. There's a lot of people I don't want to talk to. I'll just be like, if I can go back, I would never talk to these people. But then I realized I don't have to. I deal with them how I deal with them, and I make the time pass by, and that's it. That's it. And that's how I live my life on purpose. Because I'm on a mission. I got other things that's important to me. That I stick to. I even sat back when I had went to Starbucks the other day, and I had loved it, and I was just like, oh, this is such my happy place. And T was like, you want to sit outside? I was like, yeah, sure, let's go outside. It just felt so good, even just being outside and being in the fresh air. And I was like, oh man, this feels so good. Like she was just like, I forgot what she said to me, and I was just like, man, it just feels so good. She was surprised that I had got up so early. That's what it was. And I was just like, oh, it just feels so good to be outside. Like, just feels so good. And then I started talking about how it was like, I always thought I didn't go nowhere, and always complained to myself that I didn't go enough places or traveled enough places. And then I was like, but man, I've been so many places. I know how to make myself have fun. That's what I said. Like, deadass. I was like, I started realizing all these things. And why is this happening to me now? I don't think my pizza is going to be made, y'all. Hold on, let me see. I'm about to call these people. And I was like, realizing, like, wait a minute. I was being so hard on myself that I did not realize how much fun and things I did. But you know how I was able to see that? I had to move people out my way. I had to move very heavy, miserable, toxic people out my way in order for me to see that for myself. And when I began to see that, everything began to make sense. This family member being jealous of me and envious, and this one over here not liking me, because I'm like, oh, I've done everything I wanted to do to make me happy. Even if it wasn't at the level of everything I wanted to really do, but I did enough of a lot that made me happy. Like, I can sit here and think of all the places and events and things that I've done, and even places I didn't go to that I could have been to, but I did not go. Like, all of this stuff is just like makes me happy on the inside. And I'm like, there's so many people who don't live like this. It's so many people that don't live on purpose, that just literally existing, like they don't get it. They don't know how to have fun in life. And this is a part of why I don't let people close to me. And it might be for you. You probably can't let people close to you, because the moment that they see your joy, the moment that they see how happy you are, how much fun you can have, they can just resent you. Like, how the fuck are you able to just able to do this? Because there are people that they don't like. I had to stop telling myself, like, I'm not weak. I had to really accept, like, wait a minute, I'm not weak. There's too many women out here that are in relationships as we speak, and they are unhappy and they hate themselves every day that they wake up. But they walk around here with pictures of their spouse and husbands and wives and shit, and they are fucking miserable every goddamn day. And I tell y'all, you need to know why people want to be around you. You need to know why people like you. I know why people want to be around me. I know what people like about me. I know what I have that people want to be a part of, but I don't let people in my world. But you have to know yourself in order for that to happen. You have to know what you're worth. A lot of people don't know what they're worth. When I had that situation with the COVID and I post that message, like, if you are not a creative and artist, you have to go. You have to get off my page. They were making my page look ugly, bro. I was like, this ain't what my page is about. My page is about music, artists, and creatives. If you don't meet that standard, you can't come over here. You can't be over here. You can't sit with me. And they were making my page look ugly. Nobody on my page was looking like that. I don't look like that. And that was an insult to them. And I did not care. You thought you had a friend? No, you're not. No. I sat back and realized, fuck y'all. Because I looked at the character. It doesn't matter if you told me what somebody said. You were there when they said it. That's character. You didn't speak up right away. Character. You didn't send me a screenshot the moment it happened. Character. You waited until whatever didn't go your way. Character. I don't want to fuck with nobody like you. And in this person right here who you've been associated with, I see their character, which doesn't surprise me. And I don't want to fuck with you. What you thought it was going to go? Nah. That's how it go. Okay? Okay? I'm not weak. I'm really not. I have really had to really tell myself this in my life. Like, oh, I'm not weak. Everyone else is. Everyone else is. You know how many people are having to take care of family members and shit and they can't do nothing about it, or they feel they can't do nothing about it? I told her for another day, I said, you better than me. I said, you think of myself, if the stepfather was choking and hyperventilating, bitch, I would have just probably the most called 911. But if you want me to go down there and do a CPR or push a pump a nigga chest, hell fucking no. You better than me. And I know you did it for your mother, and I get it, but you better than me. You got people taking care of people that they don't want to take care of. I ain't doing it. See that? I ain't doing it. Got spouses that's sick, like they in their 60s and 70s, and they ain't even hit 40 yet. And they gotta live like that every single day, but they still lie about the status of their relationship. And that's a lot of most of them. Every woman I see that's married is a moment where goddamn somebody's sick and somebody just lounging around. No. And so you need to understand, if you share this same kind of mentality, you got to play your game and you got to play it smart. You got to move in and you got to move out. You got to kind of fuck around with people, but you disappear. You don't come around in no cookouts. You don't come around in no events. You don't come around in anything. You don't make your way for nothing. You come in when you need to come in, and when you dip out, you dip out. That's how you got to move. You got to stand on that. Sometimes you might have to say, my lifestyle different. I got the same lifestyle. girl, people don't be worth it. That's another thing. That's another thing. Oh, that is the biggest one. Some people just don't be worth it. It's so funny when I had that situation, and I had my one of my managers. She's from New York too. She's from the same. She's from Queens too, and she was like, "People don't be worth it." She said that, and I was like, I knew it. I was like, I knew exactly what was working through her when she said that shit to me, and I had to remember that, like, people really don't be worth it, bro. Like, people, you got people who, when I tell you, their lives are dedicated to just being so fucked up to people. Okay? Like, no, seriously. Being so fucked up to people and being so fucked up to themselves. It says that they're open. Hold on, y'all. Let me call these people. Don't go nowhere. Hold on. Let me call these people because I ordered this piece and I don't see nothing.
Thank you for calling your local Marco's Pizza. Try our new four menu and get more of what you crave. Just spend $7.99 or more and add on
Girl,
pizza, savory,
let's go. Get me to an operator.
no contact, no problem. At Marco's, we're committed to keeping you safe and getting you the pizza.
Hold on, y'all.
Service ringing real quick. Hold on just a second.
I think I ordered like a while back.
Is the next order to go?
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Maybe I didn't click the button or something, the email me button, but they're gonna be on the next route. What I got pizza, I got chicken, I got some sodas because I have a taste for soda. I hate when I have a taste for soda. That soda taste, I gotta figure out what that is, but I'd be like, I want a shot of soda. So I don't know what that is. That's been happening to me since I've been here. I'd be like, oh, let me drop a Pepsi, a grape soda, fucking Dr. Pepper, something. Okay, people, listen. Why am I so adamant about this topic? Like, why is this topic so big for me? Because in life, it doesn't feel good to be sitting home in a house with children and goals and ambitions and looking at somebody you don't really love, and everybody that you've come to know is on fucking TV and in magazines and everywhere. It don't feel good. And I don't say that out of jealousy and envy. I say that out of doing what makes you happy in life. It don't feel good to be somebody so driven to do what you're doing, but then you have all of these people who are just a big ass, stupid ass fucking distraction in your life. It don't feel good. Trust me when I tell you that. I've lived a life that was not my own for way too long. but I got out of it early enough. And the universe always brought people in front of me to hand me books, to teach me information, to give me more things to write about, more life lessons and wisdom. And I'm thankful for that shit. I'm thankful every fucking day. And now I'm living a life where all the things I was taught and wrote and stuff, I'm living it. And now I'm in a space of my life where I'm like, ooh, I know what this lesson is. I know what this is about. I know why I'm learning. I know. That's the path that I walk now. The path of I know. I understand, I overstand, I understand. However you want to say it, but I stand right here with myself, with the lesson and the wisdom. And it's beautiful. And I accept myself. The days that I don't get up and do what I need to do, I always do what I need to do. That's the thing. The days I don't get up and do what I tell myself to do, the days like this where I'm just relaxed and talking to y'all for 4 hours, I do not beat myself down about it. I just accept it. Because sometimes when I get ready to do something, it can happen sporadically. It can happen 3, 4 in the morning. I might just get up and I might just fix this and do this and fix that and do that and clean this down and do this and organize this and throw this away. There's days where I just figure things out slowly but surely. And sometimes it take me time to even put things and organize things a certain way. But even though it takes me time, when it gets done, it looks really good. I just accept that about myself. And I sit down and I learn the things that I learn. And I like it because now I'm not in a place where I just write. I'm in a place more where I'm like listening and learning it. And I can actually type it in as I learn it anyway. But what I do now is I observe it, I absorb it, I put it inside myself. And then I go, oh, let me go watch this over here and see what they're talking about over here. Oh, what's this about? Okay, let me go watch this part of the movie or this part of the show. Let's see what they're talking about. And so I become more of a hands-on visual learner in the classroom. And I'm like, well, I walk myself into this because of the work I do now is more of a visual job. Everything is about your hands. Everything's about what you look at. Everything is about that. Yeah. And then I hear loud ass music. Is that my pizza person? Is that Tupac? What the hell am I watch when I get this pizza, y'all? I got a deluxe pizza. Also, the thing in my life is for what I've learned and stuff too, is application. I'm not being a walking contradiction when I talk to y'all. And those of you who've been listening enough, I'm sure you can tell I am not a walking contradiction. I'm not like the rest of them out here. Okay? When I sit here and tell you there's some shit I don't tolerate and deal with, I really don't. When I sit here and tell you this is the lesson I learned about this and that, that's what I mean. TP Master, I've learned a lot from Masterclass. Masterclass is changing my life. I'm not gonna hold you. Masterclass.com is changing my entire life. The level of things I'm learning. One of the classes I'm going to listen to, one of the ones they did, the skin. I can't wait to listen to that one. I've been listening to everything else, but I got to finish the one I listen to now. But I'm going to relax and I'm going to listen to skin. and really listen to what they're talking about with the skin, I can learn me a little bit more about the face shoes and steaming and stuff like that. Another thing I think is key. A lot of people have this character of always wanting to appear to be a good person. Oh, damn, my candle went out. I like that candle. Or always appearing to be a very good person. They're always appearing to be like, I tell you this all the time. These are the people who do your celebrity news. And so they deeply desire to be just as famous and have the money as the celebrity does. Hence, that's why they do their show and they have all these logos and they have everybody and they lights and everything all fancy on their show to look all professional in their panels. They do this, they want it. But they need to appear good because of the ideology that people have been given them about the characters that they see that are the actors who are the people who play as these actors and what their success is and what it takes for their success. And so therefore they need to look like they're good in all of these things, but nobody is good. Not even your own children. And that's what character is. Okay? Because people, we always learned this. Oh boy, hold on, I got news. Especially as writers. When someone is saying who they are, and they this to that, and they bibbity bobbity boo, a lot of times they're lying to you, right? Because what reason is this person telling you that they bibbity bobbity boo? Why are they even talking to you about this? And why are you appropriated to this information? I talk about this all the time to y'all. It goes back to that character that always comes swinging in the room every once in a while. And her daddy was a pastor, and she was sexually violated by everybody on her father's side of the family. And then when her aunt died, they threw her in a hole and all this kind of shit. And I'm just like, where are the cops? Nobody called the cops in this house. This house don't believe in calling the cops, but okay. A bibbity bobbity boo. That's the storyline that she goes by. But then I also noticed that this person is always doing a video about losing weight and this and that and how much weight they losing and videos on it. And it's like, is that what you really want us to look at? Is that really what your channel is about? Is it about you losing weight and looking good? And you got to make sure we see that you look good and you losing this weight, all while what's coming out of your mouth and what's showing your character is the shit that you say. Your dialogue, right? So that's a great example of what I'm talking about. I had a woman, the first conversation on the phone with her was utterly ridiculous. I should have hung up the phone. I should have never talked to her. Okay? That was my own thing. I should have never talked to her. Her conversation from the front door was retarded. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And then it turned into an argument over something retarded. That didn't even call for an argument. They just, no, bitch. And eventually I end up cutting them off because their character was their character from the moment they got on that phone with me. That was their character. I can't wait to eat my pizza, y'all. Y'all don't understand. I got some garlic too. About to pour that bitch right over it. This one of them local pizza spots this way. Cause I do love pizza though. I ain't gonna hold you. I miss my flat cheese pizza, you know what I'm saying? You can fold it and eat it, bro. Okay. Listen, sorry. I'm laughing. I'm not sorry for laughing, but oh my goodness, yo. Um, you gotta not take things personal with people. That's one of the hard ones with me. I will admit, everybody, that one gets very hard, but you got to not take things so personal. I had my own personal experience over here, and I remember it was a family member who wanted me to get off the phone because I was doing they were doing my eyebrows or something, and I was just like, all right, I'll just get off the phone. You know what I'm saying? Just, it wasn't a big deal for me. But I didn't get off right away. But then I don't remember what I said to them. And it was like, I don't care. I don't care. And they were really nasty about it, but I didn't even care myself. I just wanted things done and whatever. And then the person that was on the phone with me was like, why was she talking to you like that? Why she kept talking to you like that? And then it was like, I taught people how to speak to me and this, that, and the third. And it was just like they were getting on my nerve. It wasn't even the person who did all that, because I know them and that's just how they are. The person on the phone was getting on my nerve. Oh, I got a knot. 1 second. Marcos, that's you? Oh shit now. It's on, y'all. My pizza here. Word. My chicken, my pizza. I'm about to find something on Netflix to watch. Because I don't know what the fuck I want to watch. Should I entertain myself with some more Tyler Perry? Because Tyler Perry's entertaining. I was watching one thing and that nigga was talking crazy to that woman. He was like, look, you bitch. Look, you stupid ass bitch. I was like, whoa. What the fuck is this? What am I watching? That shit was crazy. I wasn't even ready for all that. Like, who just talked to somebody like this? Anyway, y'all, it's been fun. Okay, it's been so fun. Shout out to you who've been hanging out. Okay, I can't see who you are, but I can see the numbers. But shout out to you who was really out here hanging out, listening to me talk for like 4 hours. I have not done this in years. Listen, I'm out of here. I'm about to enjoy this pizza. I hope you got something from the show. Come on, in stream. It's not letting me in the stream. Hold on. Trying to get up out of here. I think I'm going to entertain myself with some Tyler Perry, y'all. I'll come back with the info.